9:33, and I'll call the meeting to order. Apologies for the delay, but let's get to business. First item of business is adoption of the agenda. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the agenda be adopted as amended to include the updated bylaw ZN 522-14 Kingwood, and that item 11B and C be considered after item 7A, Embro Dog Park Committee, request for water access and in-kind donations for the Embro Dog Park delegation.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Having adopted the agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Not seeing any. Can I have a mover for the minutes and business arising in the minutes? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the minutes from the June 17th, 2026 council meeting be adopted as printed and circulated.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Nobody submitted anything for a public comment period today, so public meetings and drainage meetings. Can I have a resolution to enter a public meeting regarding the Planning Act? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:34 a.m. for the purposes of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now we will now sit as Committee of Adjustment to hear a minor variance, and I'll turn it over to Planner McDonald for minor variance application A12-26.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The application before the committee this morning, application A12-26, affects property on Road 74. The parcel that is before you today is approximately 228 acres, and in this case, the applicant is seeking relief from one area of the township zoning bylaw, that being the criteria which relates to the MDS for new livestock barns. In this case, the application actually is seeking relief from the setback from the nearest road allowance. So there is no setback reduction being requested from any nearby sensitive land uses. It's only from the nearby road allowance, that being Road 74. And the barns, in this case, there's two barns being established on the property. Only one of them requires the relief that's outlined in the report for consideration today, and that's the barn closest to Road 74. The operation itself is a dairy operation, and the proposed barn nearest Road 74 is intended to house up to 140 calves. There's also new manure storage proposed on the site. However, as mentioned, it does not require any relief from the MDS requirements. The application specifies that the relief is requested due to the existing operation and the overall functionality of the farm and the movement of animals on site, and it will help achieve ease of movement, basically, of the animals while maintaining sufficient room to maneuver vehicles entering and exiting the site. From a circulation standpoint, we did not receive any comments with any opposition from neighbors or any concerns raised by agency staff. Planning staff are supportive of the application today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for the planner from the committee on the report? Not seeing any. Does the applicant wish to speak to their application? Yeah. Sorry, if you want to, I'm going to get you to come up and hit the button, make sure the microphone's on so everybody can hear you.
Sorry, new to this. Rudy and Tracy Arts. As you said, yeah, we're just trying to keep the barns far enough apart for movement of vehicles, and we needed a little bit closer to road, so we're not chewing up good farmland and the level of the farmyard. So that's about it.
Questions from the committee for the applicant? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any members of the public either attending in person or virtually who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. So then we will move out of Committee of Adjustment but stay sitting as council and in the public meeting. Oh no, we can decide this one now. Sorry. Do I have a motion to deal with minor variance application A12-26? Deputy.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application A12-26 submitted by True Willen Dairy Limited, Red Arts, for lands described as Lot 6-7 Sorry, I have children. Concession 14, East Nizori, and municipally known as 743449 Road 74 in the Township of Zorra as it relates to 1. Relief from Section 7.2.1, minimum distance separation requirements for livestock barns, to reduce the minimum distance separation requirement to the nearest road allowance, Road 74, from 42 meters to 30 meters, to facilitate the construction of a new livestock dairy barn on the subject property, subject to the following conditions: that the relief granted by the committee regarding application A12-26 shall apply to a new livestock barn at an approximate location as illustrated on plate 3 of report number 2026-228 to the satisfaction of the Township of Zorra.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, just really briefly, I think, this is easy to support. I think the planning recommendation is clear, and while MDS's important calculation in us determining the appropriate location of barns, as the applicant mentioned, for operational efficiency for the farm, that this is what's required. So I'm very comfortable supporting this application today.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I agree with the Deputy Mayor. This is very supportable for all the reasons noted in the report. It's consistent with our previous reduction in MDS2 distances. The only difference between this one and other ones is this, as noted by Spencer, was a distance from the road, not from other rural residences. And there was no mention of odor in the report, which has always been the sticking point. And I know everybody wants to know that, that if we approve this, this is the 10th new barn or addition for a grand total of 325,075 square feet that this council has supported our agricultural community in so far this year.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So I'll just remind you that there is a waiting period on this, and if you follow up with staff, they'll make sure you're on the right side of that before you proceed any further. Okay. Now we will continue to sit as council now, but still in the public meeting to hear the presentations on zone change application ZN 52607. Planner McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. The application for zone change before council at this time affects property on Road 60 in the township. And in this case, the property, if we could zoom in somehow to the area shown in green and red, this is coming to this council as a result of a decision made by the county's land division committee, whereby the area in red was severed from the parcel outlined in blue and is being added to the existing residential lot shown outlined in green. So the application today will seek to rezone the area shown in red to the RE zone, so it's consistent zoning across that residential lot. In this case, the application that went to the Land Division Committee sought to add just approximately 3/4 of an acre to the residential existing lot, an area currently utilized by that property owner, and his plans moving forward are to establish an accessory structure on the area shown in red and address some historic drainage issues on the property. As a result of circulation, there were no comments received on the application. There were no concerns noted by neighbors or any agency staff. We are supportive of the application here today, and one thing I would highlight for council is that we always look to ensure that the minimum area is being taken out of agricultural production, and we do allow RR lots and RE lots up to 2 acres in size, sometimes up to 2.5 acres where warranted. And the property you're looking at today will be 2 acres in size once the parcel outline in red is conveyed and added to it. Happy to take any questions. The applicant wanted to be here today, but I would just note he's starting a new job this week and was unable to be in attendance, but I'm happy to take any questions you may have on this.
Thank you. Questions for the planner from council on the report? Not seeing any. The applicant is not here, I believe, to speak to their application. Just want to ask them. Okay. Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. So we will move on to the next planning application. Then we will rise and come out of the public meeting, and council will consider both. So the next one up is official plan application OP 25-22-5. Planner McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. The applications before council at this time for both official plan amendment and zone change affect property on the east side of 31st line on the north end of the township between Road 92 and 96. In this case, the subject property is just over 150 acres in size, and the historic background is important in this one. So if we could scroll to plate 4 on the report, just by way of background, an important background at that. Prior to consolidation, so in 2018, the property outlined in green was acquired by the property owners of the parcel outlined in red, and those two, going under identical ownership, then merged in title. As farm properties do, once they're put under identical ownership, they merge in title. At the time, should the applicants have wished to retain what I'll call the northerly dwelling, shown by the blue dot in the north end of the property, they could have applied for an application for consent. It would have been an agricultural consolidation, so the green and red would have merged, and they could have retained up to 2 acres for that residential lot. That was not done in 2018. However, moving forward to present day, the applicants seek to allow a retroactive permission to recognize that consolidation has occurred while allowing the retention, or in this case, the severance of the northerly dwelling. As the report outlines for council, what's important here is that we do have policy direction in the official plan 3.1.5.3. There's 2 different sections of that policy. The first being one that allows retention of a rural residential lot which becomes surplus as a result of farm consolidation. So that is what's happening here, and that is why this report is before this council today, is to recognize that consolidation and retroactively acknowledge that, correct, they did not apply for this in 2018. However, they are now, rather than just applying for consent, going through the process of amending the official plan to have a special development policy affecting this property only. As part of that, the subsequent zone change application that's included in the report will seek to rezone both the agricultural parcel and the future rural residential parcel. It's important to note that the agricultural lot will have to be rezoned such that no additional dwellings would be allowed on that property in the future. And the importance of that is to ensure that we can't, over time, what we refer to as manufactured surplus farm dwellings. So you can't say it's now surplus to my needs, sever it, and then build another house. So that's a key part of that zoning component. And secondly, the dwelling in the north, which will go into a rural residential zone. It does appear to meet all of the requirements of the RR zone, with the exception of the proposed lot frontage. And in this case, it's supported by staff to reduce lot frontage going from 35 meters to 15 meters. And I would highlight, although it will create somewhat of a flag-shaped lot, reducing that frontage actually has a benefit to the environmental features that exist on the property, and it keeps it tight to the existing laneway and serves the purpose for that future residential lot, which will be, pending approval, would be approximately 2.2 acres in size. The other piece I would highlight for council is that in deeming this a complete application, county planning did require them to complete an environmental impact study. That is outlined in the policy framework of the OP when you have areas such as this where you have significant natural heritage features and natural hazards such as wetlands. The applicants have done that work. It has been provided, not yet fully reviewed by the county's peer reviewer. Reason being, the consent application will not be formally circulated until support is given to the applications before this council today and subsequently by county council. As a result of circulation, we did receive comments from Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. They were involved over the last year or so with this application. They did provide comment highlighting the importance of the natural heritage features. However, ultimately, there's no objection to what's being proposed today, nor are there objections to the anticipated future consent application. There were no comments received from any neighboring residents or agency staff that highlighted any concern with the proposal, and planning staff are supportive of the applications today. The one thing I would highlight is the importance of the date criteria that the county does have in place for surplus farm dwellings, that date of 1995. Again, making sure that we don't year over year just all of a sudden have an increase in the number of residential lots which would qualify to be severed from farm parcels, thereby limiting future agricultural operations and their growth and expansion. The other thing, lastly, that I would mention is that there is, on the south end of this site, there's an existing dwelling that does not meet the date criteria, however, that is staying with the farm. But this council may recognize the property as that earlier in the year, there was an application approved for MDS reduction for a new pig barn on the south end of the property. And preliminary comments from the township chief building official indicate that this future RR lot would meet the MDS requirements from that new pig barn operations associated manure storage, which is a very important point, so I raised that with you today. Subsequent, pending approval today, subsequent to this, this council would see an implementing bylaw come back. However, that would not come back to this council for for passing until such time as the county has approved the official plan amendment and the land division committee has approved the consent application. So that would actually implement what the report outlines as far as what's being required for the retained lot and what's required for the severed lot. I am happy to take any questions, and the owners of the property are here today and also happy to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the planner from council on the report? I just have one, and apologies for not sending this to you earlier because I read it in a different context. So with respect to the MDS, that the MDS wouldn't be a consideration for the creation of the residential lot, but only when the building permit to put a building on it would be in place. Is that correct?
Through you, no, that's not correct. So the MDS would apply. We would not support the creation of this rural residential lot if it did not meet the MDS. So in advance of the consent application, just wanted to make sure that it was looking favorable from that standpoint, and it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the planner on the report? Does the applicant wish to speak to their application?
My name's Kate Wills. I'm with MHBC Planning. I'm on the Zoom call here in case you can't see me.
I will turn it over to you.
Oh, thank you. I'll turn on my camera as well. Hi. I just want to thank Spencer for his very thorough presentation. I did prepare a presentation today, which I believe is in your package, and that your team has had a chance to review it. I'm not going to go through everything again because Spencer has outlined everything. I just wanted to mention a key point is that these two houses existed as neighboring properties prior to Preachley Wood Farms acquiring the property in 2018. So in this case, no new houses were constructed after the lands were purchased, and they want to continue existing as status quo. The lands were merged together to allow for a larger agricultural operation for our client. And these dwelling units were not the primary use, and they became merged when the farm parcel was created. So if the OPA is approved and the zoning bylaw is approved, the larger operation for the agricultural will remain and meet the intent of the official plan while allowing for the surplus dwelling unit to be severed. And it does, and the surplus dwelling that is being severed does meet the criteria of the official plan. It just so happens that the other home was built in 2008, and that was after the official plan policy was implemented. However, it was before our client had acquired the land. So I'm here to answer any questions if there are any further questions, but thank you again, Spencer, for your work on this and for the thorough presentation that you provided.
Thank you. Questions from council for the applicant? Not seeing any. Are there any members of the public, either attending in person or virtually, wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. Can I have a motion to move out of the public meeting? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that pursuant to the Planning Act, the public meeting be adjourned at 9:52 a.m. and the regular meeting of council be called back to order.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Can I have a motion to deal with zone change application ZN 5-26-07? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to place the lands described as Part Lot 21, Concession 5, North Dorchester, and municipally known as 602760 Road 60, Township of Zorra, into the residential existing RE zone to recognize their continued use as a non-farm rural residential lot.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion to approve. Spencer pointed out plates 1 and 2, that this is a very odd-shaped package squeezed in between 2 rural existing lots in basically a rural cluster. It's not viable as farmland as part of the overall farming operation. And as Spencer said, there's been no objections from agencies or neighbors. Land Division Committee has given it conditional approval, and it's pretty clear that this is the best use of this small piece of land and not a huge loss of farmland by approving this.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So I would note for the applicants that there is a appeal period and to follow up with the building department on that. Can I have a motion to deal with official plan application OP 25-22-5? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that the Township of Zorra Council advise Oxford County Council that the Township supports the application for official plan amendment, file number OP 25-22-5, submitted by Pritchley Wood Farms Limited for the lands legally described as part of Lot 27, Concession 2, West Zorra, Township of Zorra, to add a special development policy to the official plan to recognize a previous farm consolidation of abutting agricultural properties to facilitate a future consent application of a dwelling made surplus through farm consolidation. And further, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve in principle the application for zone change, file number ZN5-25-15, submitted by Pritchley Wood Farms Limited for the lands legally described as part of Lot 27, Concession 2 West, West Zorra, Township of Zorra, to rezone the subject lands from general agricultural A2 zone to special general agricultural A2 special zone and special rural residential RR special zone, respectively, to facilitate the future severance of a non-farm rural residential lot made surplus through farm consolidation and to ensure no future dwellings can be established on the existing agricultural lands.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that? Second, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just briefly wanted to mention this application was a bit different than what we're normally used to considering, and I know the planner's just doing the work of the planner, and it's not necessarily my job to provide thanks, but in the added descriptions in the report and the explanation of the timeline and the framework then versus now and what's permitted, while it took me longer to get through this report, I found it very helpful in understanding the nature of where the recommendations were coming from. So I just wanted to mention that.
Any other discussion? Councillor.
Yeah, I agree with the Deputy Mayor that we've been down this road before, quite literally, and the big difference between this and a very simple surplus residence based on a farm consolidation has to do with the timing, and Spencer did a great job of explaining why the process is more complicated now than it would have been if it had been done in 2018, and we've had no problem with declaring surplus residences and creating rural residences due to farm consolidations. We want to keep viable housing in the township, and so there's no problem with supporting this application. Anyone else?
I will support this as well for all the reasons that have been given. I think the other thing is, while it is unusual, I think this one highlights the importance of us having sound policy in place, because I guarantee that we will hear from other people that, I heard somebody got a severance, so now I can get a severance. But the report makes clear why this is not as simple as the surplus farmhouse severance that it might appear to somebody, and that there are sound policy reasons and historical reasons, and that that's the way we need to do this stuff. Not pretending that it's simple, or that people will grasp that immediately, but the justification is there as to why this is not simply somebody severing off a house from farmland, and that everybody else could do the same. So anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I will point out to the applicants that there is an appeal period for this, so you need to wait and follow up with the building department, but of course in this case it's approval in principle, and then also county council has to consider the OPA, will it be next week? No, a few weeks, August?
It's not yet scheduled.
Okay, so at least, well, so if it's not August, September at the earliest, okay? All right. And 7, delegations. Diane Normand, Kariswin Hughes, and Debbie Baker, Embro Dog Park Committee, request for water access and in-kind donations for the Embro Dog Park. I'll ask you to come up, and you can drag a third chair up if you want, or just two of you, whatever you want to do. And just make sure that you hit the button and the little red light is on so that everybody here and on YouTube can hear.
Good morning, Mayor Ryan, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Grigg, Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Finch. We appreciate the fact that you have us here today. My name is Diane Normand. I'm a resident of Embro, and I'm here today as Chair of the Embro Dog Park Committee to address 3 items from the Zorra Staff Report 2026-053 regarding dog park budget and amenities review as presented to our Dog Park Committee as part of the May 21st meeting agenda. We were disheartened to read the following recommendation in the staff report, that the committee remove lighting and water infrastructure from the project scope for budget savings and expedited fundraising. Given that we were on track with our fundraising goal and a location selected and agreed to with an expected start date of spring 2027, we were somewhat blindsided by this statement. We had made clear from the start that the amenities we wanted included and had budgeted for accordingly. To read that the township's optics on the project had changed was of concern. The 3 items that we would like to review with you today are the elimination of park lighting as originally included in the dog park amenities business proposal. 2, the inclusion of water within the parameters of the dog park as per the original EDP committee's business proposal. And an AODA, Accessibility for Ontarians and Disabilities Act, 90 by 3 metre gravel pathway, which was not part of the original proposal and which we now understand is required at Matheson Park in order to connect the existing parking area to the proposed dog park, the total cost of which I have here 13,500, but I've since reviewed what was given to us that day of 14,234. And that was quoted by the township. That was using township materials, labour and equipment. So the first item is lighting, and I only include this to show that we're willing to take on recommendation and work with Sophia and the committee. Lighting is ideally an amenity that the EDP committee would like to have included in the scope of the project. However, as recommended in the staff report, we've agreed to eliminate lighting in order to stay within the original proposed budget. The cost of the lighting was much higher than we anticipated and is, I would say, beyond our fundraising capacity. And within the existing dawn to dusk parks bylaws, we didn't want to try and force any issues with regards to what already is pre-existing. So again, we just include that just to show that we are more than happy to work with the township. Item 2, the inclusion of water, was in the original EDP plan and proposal to council. Water within the park is an amenity that the EDP would prefer to keep. I can't stress that enough. It was included as part of the costed business plan to council, which was the cost was 9,241, as was an annual maintenance winterised blowing out of the lines at a cost of $5,000 to the township every year. Neither of those, as far as I know, costs have changed. Preference we would have would be for an automatic shut-off water tap within the fenced area. This would eliminate any concerns for taps left open or water to run freely, which was also something that was on the staff report. We would reduce unnecessary water use, and basically you pushing the water tap for as long as it stays open to fill bowls. Provide clean, fresh drinking water for dogs, especially during the hot summer months. Encourage responsible pet ownership by reducing the need for visitors to bring disposable water bottles and bowls. Eliminate the need to have dogs in a high traffic area around the baseball diamond and food booth, from where it was recommended to us that water could be retrieved, bottled and carried back to the dog park. Reduce the potential risk to children. Most dogs are not aggressive. I'm going to point that out. We walk the streets every day, we pass children and people. However, when you're in an area like the baseball diamond where there's a lot of energy, people pushing past and children, asking people to stay back from a dog is difficult. They want to pet them. We also have a lot of rescues in the villages, and they react quite differently to petting in stressful environments. Again, they're great in the dog park, but on leash, you know, you will watch people, if there's somebody coming towards them on the sidewalk, they will actually walk out into the road to avoid children and people and any aggravation. It would also address any challenges that the elderly or those with disabilities may encounter while trying to retrieve and carry water back to the dog park, which I guesstimate is somewhere around 600 to 700 feet. Excuse me. As of yesterday, we have sourced and retrieved a quote for a frost-free automatic shut-off water tap. The cost of the unit would be around $600. It would eliminate the need to winterize the tap and water line and reduce the annual maintenance costs that we had itemized originally of $500. We would be willing to pay the extra money to put that tap in, 100% of it. The Embro Dog Park Committee respectfully requests that the Council consider the installation of a dog-friendly water tap equipped with automatic shut-off and frost-free feature within the fenced area. We believe that what we have sourced will fulfil the function we are looking for and minimise the maintenance and any concerns the township presented to us. Item 3, the AODA accessibility for Ontarians and disabilities 3-metre gravel pathway. The Embro Dog Park Committee has recently been made aware that an accessible pathway is required as part of the dog park project. As this requirement was identified after the EDP business plan was prepared and presented, the additional cost of the $14,000 was not included or budgeted for in the EDP's fundraising efforts. The committee also understands that this pathway will potentially, and I do say potentially, become part of the planned 2028 trail network in Embro. We have no trails in Embro. We have nowhere to walk other than the streets. So that would be a nice asset to our community. Installing the path, it would provide a lasting benefit beyond the dog park itself. Installing the pathway now will not only ensure the park is accessible and inclusive for all users, but will support the future community connectivity and recreation plans. The Embro Dog Park Committee respectfully requests that the Council provide additional funding beyond the current 30% proposed and that it considers completing this accessibility path as an in-kind initiative and include it in their 2027 budget. This would allow this project to meet the newly disclosed accessibility requirements while contributing to the township's long-term vision for Embro's future trail system. Thank you for your time. It is appreciated. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions from council for the delegation? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks for the information you provided. And there's a motion in the report that I think we're going to consider after your delegation here, which states that the Embro Dog Park Committee recommend that Zorra Township donate the walkway in kind in addition to the township's 30% financial contribution. So are what you asking for is that the township contributes the $13,500 for the walkway, as well as the $12,575 that we've contributed to the actual dog park itself?
Yes.
As part of the dog park project?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you touched on, but I just want to confirm, would the pathway be required if the dog park wasn't built? They're integral to each other?
Sorry, can you say that again?
If the dog park wasn't being built at Matheson's, would the AOD pathway be required?
No.
Okay.
Well, no, not to that section of the park.
Okay. Okay, and my last question is, I went back and I looked at the evaluation sheets that your group filled out when you decided between Matheson and the community center, and there was 3 of the 5 noted that the AOD A pathway would be needed. At what point was the committee made aware that that was part of the proposal?
I can answer that question. I'm Cara Swin Hughes. When we went to visit the location and we were discussing the location, on the other side of the dog park, they are adding a baseball practice area, is my understanding. And during that conversation, the path was discussed as leading to that area. Yes, there was a discussion, but it was going to go, because both of them are going to be in the back of that very big field. But the discussion was that maybe we could utilize the baseball practice path at that point.
Okay. Okay. I've got a couple of questions for staff, but I think we amended the motion that we're going to look at that report after this delegation, so maybe those questions are more appropriate to ask at that time.
Yeah, I think there's a few things going on here in terms of agenda items altogether. So I think if council's okay with it, I'm going to give you the latitude to ask it now, because I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to limit council's ability to consider the delegation because they don't have information in front of them. So unless one of you objects with that, I'm going to make that.
Well, my questions were pretty basic, and they have to do with the revised budget that was part of the report from staff at the most, I think it was the most recent, or maybe a meeting before that, of the dog park committee. And so there's some numbers in there. Like the original proposal, the $41,917 included HST, but there's some numbers there, $39,000 without lighting and water, and $68,000 with lighting and water. Did those last 2 numbers, did they include HST, or are they just raw numbers?
Yeah, so in the updated budget, I did not include HST as part of the total budget cost. That's recoverable for recreation.
So and that was my second question. How much, what percentage of that HST is recoverable?
It's 100%.
100% recoverable. So the numbers, we want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples here when it comes to numbers. So the 39,000 or the 68 $1,500. That, to compare that is to the original proposal was $37,095 plus HST, and our 30% is based on HST being included. So I don't know if that muddies it at all, or I wanted to make sure that we're comparing comparable numbers here. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions for the delegation? Deputy Mayor.
I have a question about the site selection. So I understand that the AODA trail expense was not part of the business plan that developed the budget at the time of the concept of the dog park, but that was part of a requirement for one of the sites that was reviewed, but not for the other. My understanding is, as a municipality, we have a requirement for any new infrastructure to be AODA compliant. So we'll put it in later is not an option for us because we have that mandate. If the added cost of the trail, the AODA compliant walkway, has to be part of this project and funded through this project, would the committee be interested in revisiting the site selection process to consider the alternate site with that not having an added cost at the alternate location?
Actually, I don't think that is something that we would be prepared to do. And the reason for that was we wanted a walkable dog park. If you were to put it out at the community centre, it is over half an hour to walk from the town hall, which is essentially the centre of the village, out to the community centre and back again. So an hour just to walk there and then have your dog there. It's a inhospitable walk because there is no pathway currently to the community centre. So while there's an allowance at the side of the road that the township has put in by painting a line, which helps us, when you get to the road that actually runs past the community centre, there is no walkway there. So it would have been an additional cost somehow to the township if we were to consider it being a walkable, a safe walkable distance and commute with a dog from town to the dog park at the community centre. So that in itself makes pathways a bit of a mute point, because you would have had to put in a pathway somewhere between the end of Commissioner Street and the front of the community centre. Does that help?
And then just a question on the topic of water. I referenced back to the staff report for the committee and some of the information that we've received from our staff in terms of the site selection report. We have a dog park that's fairly new here in Thamesford, and I utilize it with my current dogs and with a previous dog. Have the residents and community members considered, like, I just bring a reusable water bottle and a pop-up bowl from home when I walk. So when I'm bringing water, because when they run, they really do need a drink, especially as they're playing. I just bring a reusable water bottle that I'm then able to carry home. Would that be something that, that perhaps hasn't been considered or could address some of the concerns that the committee's raised?
So we have had discussions with people from Thamesford, Woodstock, Stratford, and that is definitely something that is needed. Stale water that's been sitting there a while is not appreciated, or forgetting to bring one. Having a water put in right at the start is something we have heard even from residents from Thamesford as well. So, and we don't want to be encouraging people to bring plastic water bottles to the park. It's going to create garbage, and we would like to have a tap included right from the build.
I would also like to add something in. If you go to the Thamesford Dog Park, you will see just as you go in the gates, that somebody has attempted to include water there by adding a cooler with a padlock to it, because then they don't want anybody to add anything to the water. And it has a spigot. It is empty. It's obviously been an attempt to try and have water at the park, and it is there even like as we speak. It was a noble idea, but obviously it has run short of its function.
Any other questions for Councillor Stewart?
Mine will be directed to staff, if that's okay. Just clarification on the budget that was set out originally, and Councillor Mitchell mentioned the numbers. So the 39 or 38,000 that was initially budgeted for the project overall, in which the township approved 30%. What portion of that included trail to begin with?
The original budget didn't include the pathway. That was kind of brought to light after the committee came forth to council and the project was approved. And so then throughout the process and at the time of the location evaluation, that's when we did our research and realized, an ODA pathway would need to be included as part of the scope for that particular location.
Right, and that was mainly as a result of the site assessment and the final location that was picked, correct?
Yeah, that was included in the evaluation sheet brought to the location assessment that day.
Right. And a follow-up to that is, in any project like this where we've been involved in funding a portion of it, the scope is as best as you can guess at the start. And of course, as the project evolves, you're going to find out things that were not part of a perfect crystal ball budget at the start. And when those project costs go over or perhaps go under, the contribution changes proportionately as long as it's generally fitting the nature of the original scope. If we're adding, a secondary dog park, or I'm not thinking of a good example here, something out of the original scope, then not so much, but the township would be willing to incrementally increase their 30% contribution if that generally falls within the realm of the scope of the project, correct?
That is not something we have done in the past for community grant projects. Once we set the 30%, that is the max that the township has agreed to commit to as part of our grant policy. Mind you, we've only done a few of these, but this is really the first time that we've kind of encountered a big, I'll just use the Zorra multi-use courts as an example, because as that project ran longer and the fundraising timeline extended, we did a reevaluation of what the project cost would be 6 years later. It did inflate, and so we did raise the committee fundraising goal $50,000 at that time to fund the overage at that time.
Okay, and the last question to clarify, the pathway that would lead to the dog park, as referenced by the delegation, is potentially part of a planned trail system. Does it branch off a trail, or is this something that, if we have in our minds anyways, it may not be a fully mapped out trail system, would be a part of that trail? Are we locating this path in a location that would probably be right on the direct trail anyways?
Yeah, it's likely for sure. That loop at Matheson was identified in the Oxford County Trails Master Plan. I think that's about 10 years old now, but knowing that has been in the future plans, we held space for it. We do have it reflected in the 2028 capital budget. However, as you know, through the budget process, as priorities are identified across our aging facilities, some items are deemed less a priority in the coming years, but that is certainly on the radar, and it is likely, though, just the layout of the park, that it would connect from both sides of the parking lot. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions for the delegation from council?
Could I add one more thing? Or
Absolutely.
When we came up with what amenities we wanted at the dog park, we were very thorough about that. We'd done our research. We budgeted accordingly. Thamesford is a great dog park, but you recently just put in a Sotera system. Can I ask, was that funded entirely by the township, or was that funded partially by fundraising? Do we know?
Sophia?
Yes, so that was funded by the township through our recreation reserves. That was something identified in our waste management policy, that any dog parks would have an in-ground waste bin. And so that is something that we put in the capital budget for this year.
So my point here is that we included that in part of our project. We had the foresight to do that prior to you including it in your Thamesford one. We're not trying to create something that's bougie and out there. We just want to make sure we have the fundamentals correct and on point. If we fundraise now and get it correct, then the township in the future won't have to look back and add amenities to it. That's my only point. Thank you.
Any other questions for the delegation from council? Not seeing any. Thank you. So next then, per the amended agenda, is items 11B and C. Do I have any questions, first of all, for staff on items 11B and C, boards and committee updates, Zorra Multi-Use Courts Committee and Embro Dog Park Committee? Questions for staff on either of those? Then can I have a mover to deal with 11B and C? Councillor Finch?
11B moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that item 11B be received and filed for information purposes.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 11C?
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that whereas the Embro Dog Park is requesting water be installed in the Embro Dog Park, that Council approve the installation of water funded by the Embro Dog Park, and that the Embro Dog Park accessibility trail be added to the 2027 budget, and that an action item be added to the 2027-2031 strategic plan directing staff to investigate the introduction of naming rights.
Councillor Finch is the mover. Do you wish to speak to that? Sorry, first of all, I missed who the seconder was.
Councillor Mitchell.
Councillor Mitchell. Okay, as the mover.
I think we've heard a great delegation from the Embro Dog Park. With the installation of water, they have done the research and looked into different alternatives. And as for the trail, Sophia said that it was a part of the 2028 budget. And I think for the long-term vision of Zorra, I'd like to see that coming forward. And as for the naming rights of the trail, I feel that this would have been a great opportunity if we had this already in place to have jumped into a funding and sponsorship to alleviate the stress on the committee fundraising in this part. So that's all I have.
Councillor Mitchell as the seconder.
Yeah, I was torn on this, and Crystal asked me if I would second this. I said I'll second it, but I'm not sure if I'll support it or not. As far as the water part of it, I think the water should be included in it. I think it's part about animal welfare, that there be fresh water available, especially when the weather's like it is now. I think the delegation has done their, and the committee's done their homework to come up with a solution that will work, and they gave some good reasons why it's preferable to have water closer to the dog park than at the canteen, and it was included in their original proposal. The AODA trail was a little bit trickier because I don't support handing out additional money above the 30%. We've had multiple projects that have come to us, and we've given the 30% grant, and they have adjusted their scope and made it work, or increased their fundraising. So I'm not in favor of what was asked for in the motion as a contribution, but where it gets tricky is that this is potentially part of a trail system that we're already planning to put in. And if this trail was something that was going to totally separate and was only going to go in there because of the dog park, and there was no other trails attached to it, then I would say that becomes the responsibility of the dog park committee. And they were aware that that was part of the selection process when they decided to go to Matheson Park. And I understand why Matheson Park is preferable to the community center. And if it was specific to that, I would say, okay, you didn't know about it, but it is part of it. You need to either cut something else out, or you need to increase your fundraising to cover it. But since it's potentially part of the trail system that we're going to do anyway, whether it's not in 27 when this dog park's going to be built, or if it's in 28, I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. I don't think it's fair to include the funding of something that we were already planning to do as part of our bigger trails program in a specific project like this. And as to the last line, I think it's something we haven't explored as far as naming rights for our recreation facilities, but it's something that is done in other communities. I know St. Mary's has the Pyramid Center because the symbol of the St. Mary's Cement Company is a pyramid, and they made a significant donation when that expansion of a second ice pad and a pool was put in. And I think there's potential for that here on a smaller scale. So, as I said, I came into this meeting being undecided, but I'm going to support the motion as presented by Councillor Finch.
Any other discussion? Councillor Stewart and then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think as written, I'm going to have a hard time supporting the arguments that Councillor Mitchell just laid out related to the trail itself. I think I fully support that. Something that we're planning to do in the future, and the spend comes potentially a year sooner, but allows for the most ideal location for this dog park to go. And as Councillor Mitchell mentioned, it's not really something that, given that it's part of our future network of trails, is fair to dump onto a project where there's a significant amount of fundraising happening. I'm just not in favor of the water, and it's not about what another village may or may not have. I'm just not convinced on the arguments. I think we bring our children to sports fields and stuff, and we can find a way to bring fresh water, cold water to them. So I tend to lean, I know that was part of the original scope. However, I tend to lean on staff's opinion that the infrastructure is nearby and available, and not wanting to add something as an asset where it's not necessary.
Deputy Mayor.
I have a couple of follow-up questions for staff in relation to some pieces of this motion. So on the topic of the trail and the budget and work plan that we have set out for trails, and this being earmarked for 2028 with recognition that until we adopt that budget, it doesn't confirm that project. My apologies for not having this to you in advance. Do you know offhand what we have planned for trails for 2027 in the township, if anything? And if so, what the budget source is for that? Is it through reserves or DCs?
So currently, we do not have anything slated particular for trail development in 2027. It was a bit of a placeholder because we knew the multi-courts would be going in on the Kingwood development and the new parkland dedication. And so we have some trail connectivity to the parks and then the future trail from the school to that parkland. So we were kind of putting a hold on future trail development across Zorra, knowing that there was a lot of development going on next door next year. And in 2028 is where we selected Matheson as kind of the next trail priority. We had set aside $20,000, but as we go through the exercise of actually, planning the scope of that project, it is likely to be more than double to fully develop that trail loop.
And then just to clarify, the funding source for a 2028 prospective Matheson Trail is through taxation and reserves, not through development charges?
Correct.
Okay. So if we were to do as recommended in this motion to add the trail to the 2027 budget instead of the 2028, what would the impact be, either budgetary or to other projects? Would this mean eliminating a project, or would this mean a tax increase, or would this mean pulling something forward and with the intention of funding through reserves and then taxing for it a following year where we're not then going to do the project? I know that there's a lot of moving parts to that question. I just think in terms of adding it to a 2027 budget, in terms of us being informed in terms of how we make that decision, I need a better understanding of what are the implications of that type of direction.
So I guess a good place to start is looking at where our recreation reserves are right now, and we are currently sitting at a deficit of $93,000 as of December 2025. So going into the next budget season, we're already in a position to make difficult decisions around priority equipment replacements and repairs across all of our facility and park amenities. So bumping up a project would certainly displace a project that was identified as a higher priority need for next year, if that answers.
Yeah, and ultimately I recognize too, us as council have the ability and the authority to sort of make those budgetary decisions. It's, you know, that's our jurisdiction and ours to carry. Just, I think, having some information from staff on what those implications are. We can't sort of pull one thing without something else pushing. So I think just being aware of that is important. And then one further question. I think I agree with Councillor Stewart's comments mostly on the water. I know that the committee feels that it's a need to have. I really feel like it's a nice to have. We bring bottled water to, we've been playing soccer and heat events, and the kids bring reusable bottled water, and sometimes we forget it, and sometimes people bring plastic ones, and sometimes there's garbage left, but it's something that once you get into the rhythm of it, it can function quite well. My only consideration that I'm having sitting here hearing this today, so my apologies for not having this in advance, I'm really stuck on the 120 meters of water line into this. If there's a different tap or a way to not waste or how it's funded, that's not the main concern. It's the 120 meters in. This isn't like Woodstock where it's at a roadway where the servicing is right there. So it's not only putting it in, it's all the risk for it to freeze and cause issues. And then it only lasts so long before we're replacing it again, and it's not a tiny stretch. Are there any scenarios, and perhaps I would also open this up to Director Oliver, are there any other locations that are not the canteen that if we were to be in support of bringing in water, that not having it maybe within the confines of the dog park, but having it sort of closer to, not the canteen, but somewhere closer to the entrance to the dog park, but not being quite as far? Is there an alternate location that could work to meet the requirements of the committee while also not being that full 120 meters? And if it's not a substantial decrease, then obviously that doesn't address my concern.
Yeah, we'd have to look into that for sure. Right now, currently from the canteen around to where the dog park is going to be placed, it's well over 120 meters. It's closer to 350 to 400 meters. So, I mean, could we bring it over to that parking area? Possibly. We'd have to look at that. It would decrease the length of it for sure, but I think there'd still be cost and risk of having that asset there.
Anyone else? Couple questions for me. First one is just of clarification. You mentioned the $93,000 deficit. Just want to clarify that is $93,000 not operating deficit, but deficit in the recreation reserve, correct? And I forget what the other one was now. I should have written it down. Again, I'm on the same page as Councillor Stewart and the Deputy Mayor in that I think the trail I can get behind because I think it does serve a wider use than this specific project, and I think it's not fair to put the the burden on this project of delivering that. They'll benefit from it without a doubt, but so will lots of other people. So I think that's fine. Oh, I remember what that was. But then the question is, further to the deputy mayor's question, even if this is endorsed by this council, that it be added to the 2027 budget, that would still be contingent on the new council actually passing that as part of the 2027 budget. So you wouldn't actually have your answer until the new council passes the 2027 budget, which would be in all likelihood by end of January, maybe early February. So even if we did this today, this wouldn't be the ultimate final decision until that budget is passed. Okay. So I'm largely on the same page as Councillor Stewart and the Deputy Mayor in that I can get behind the trail, though as I just said, I have some concerns there around exactly what that looks like in the 2027 budget, given that there's like a $93,000 deficit in that recreation reserve already for, off the top of my head, what projects I cannot remember now we're going to have. So we're going to have to replenish that reserve to some extent to be determined by the future council and the future budget. And I'd be wary of putting that on, although I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of doing the trail. That's the budgetary concern. The water, I agree with the comments made by Councillor Stewart and the Deputy Mayor. I think there's water on the property. We have other parks that do not have water, outside water on the property. And I think it's, again, a perfectly reasonable thing to walk past the water fountain and get water there, or bring a reusable water bottle to the property and do that. So I'm fine with it. So as written, I cannot support and will not be voting in favor of the motion as it is here. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is defeated. Does any, Councillor?
Since the discussion, the motion was defeated based on the water part of it, but the rest of the discussion was, the consensus was that we supported the trail part of it. Can we break for a moment? I would like to talk to Councillor Finch, possibility of coming back with an amended motion that addresses that, because if we just end it now, we've left the trail part up in the air. We've said no to the water, but based on the conversation, I think we have an opportunity to address the trail part. So I'd like, if we could take a 5-minute break and we could talk about whether we want to come back with an amended motion.
Absolutely. We'll take a 5-minute break. 10:51, I'll call the meeting back to order from break, and I believe there is another motion to attempt to deal with this. Councillor Finch.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, whereas the Embro Dog Park is requesting water to be installed in the Embro Dog Park, that council not approve the installation of water funded by the Embro Dog Park, and that the Embro Dog Park accessible trail be added to the 2027 budget, and that an additional item be added to the 2027-2031 strategic plan directing staff to investigate the introduction of the naming rights.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
I think we had good discussion with the last motion, and I would like to see this trail continue to come forward in this way, and going without water is something that will carry through with the committee.
Councillor Mitchell is a second.
Yeah, I just think we turned down the original motion, but we left the trail part of it hanging. I want the committee to know where they're at as far as their financial commitment to the trail. The consensus of the comments around the horseshoe was that we felt that the trail was a slightly different issue than the dog park project itself. And so I just want to clarify where we're going so that the committee can move forward with this project.
Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I can support the general nature of this motion. I think it captures what discussion came out from the previous one. And I do think, while it's I'm sure a frustrating process in building a project that's coming from an advisory community-led initiative, but then ultimately has the funding and long-term implication authority of council and working with our expertise of staff, that there can be some back and forth and some changes along the way. And so it's great that the committee came and made this delegation so we could have these conversations here. I would like to move an amendment to be considered in addition to this motion, not intended to change the outcome, but to provide further clarification for the budgetary impact. I have a seconder for it. So moved by oh no, I don't. I will, sorry. So I have an amendment moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that council council endorse early implementation of the planned trail AODA compliant in Matheson Park from 2028 to 2027, with the expectation that 2028 will not see a trails project constructed.
As the mover of the amendment, do you wish to speak to the amendment only?
Yes, so the trail has been identified through the Master Trails Plan, and is something that our recreation staff have been working with and planning, not only the layout and location that's highly supported by the community as a need, but also the budgeting component where we'll have the reserve contributions made to fund those trails as they build out in time. So while we are now aware that there's a deficit sitting in that reserve, we do have a business plan to consider and hopefully construct that trail in 2028. My intention here in supporting that is the trail needs to happen, and I can get behind that the municipality should be funding it. What I was concerned about was, by adding it to 2027, what does that mean for budgetary impact? So while we cannot direct future council in terms of their decisions on budget, my intention is, instead of the trails implementation being a wait through 2027 and build in 2028, that we have a build in 2027 with the expectation that there will be a wait in 2028. And what I'm looking to achieve with that is an expectation that the reserve contributions will just stay the same, but instead of constructing that trail in 2028, that we're able to do that in tandem with the dog park construction, because it is a requirement for AODA compliance for our new pieces. Of course, future council can decide that they'd like to keep going ahead and they can increase the reserve contributions in their budget, and they can do as many trails as they would like. But I think staff need a bit of direction when we're moving something forward. Staff need a bit of direction in terms of what our expectation is in terms of what kind of a budget we would like presented to us come budget time. So that's the intention of this amendment, is just a bit of further clarification on what I would like to see, how this is funded, so that it's not an added increase to the levy. It's just a sliding it into a different year with some temporary funds needing to come over from some form of reserve.
Councillor Stewart is the seconder.
Yeah, just really quickly, in full agreement with the amendment here. I think, just to note, it represents a very small percentage overall of a large annual budget, but the decision or what's laid out here is sound practice. We look to staff to try to get us multi-year budgets that are as accurate as possible. So throwing something into a budget earlier without really analyzing where it might make changes in future years, I think this is good direction to staff and consistent with the way we want to budget.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Councillor.
Yeah, I support the amendment for the reasons that my colleague said. It gives some more clarification of what our intention is, that we just want to move this project ahead. We don't want to add it to the list, and that's nothing new. We've moved projects around because their priority changed. A few years ago, we replaced a bridge before we thought we were going to have to replace a bridge, and we didn't add that to the tax. We moved some other projects around so that we could afford to replace that bridge, and I see some similarities on a much smaller dollar figure on this project. So,
any other discussion on the amendment? I can support the amendment as it is. I do think, again, I want to point out though that even if we do this, it will ultimately be up to, like pulling that ahead, will ultimately be up to a new council to decide whether they actually include that in the 2027 budget, and that council will, I am sure, consider it in the context of the current recreation reserve deficit, other trail projects, other recreation projects. So I totally agree with the intent of this, but I think ultimately it's, will be dependent on that. But I can support the amendment for the reasons that were outlined for it. Anyone else before I call the question on the amendment? All's in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So now the amended motion that is on the floor for debate and decision is, whereas the EDPC is requesting water be installed in the Embro Dog Park, that council not approve the installation of water funded by the EDPC, and that the Embro Dog Park accessible trail be added to the 2027 budget, and that an action item be added to the 2027-2031 strategic plan, directing staff to investigate the introduction of naming rights, and that council endorse early implementation of the planned trail AOTA compliant in Matheson Park from 2028 to 2027, with the expectation that 2028 will not see a trails project constructed. Is there any other discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I'll keep this one brief. I think how we do small things here is a reflection of how we do big things at our council. So while this is a small budgetary project, as my colleague here mentioned, the approach that we take to the small budgetary impact is how we conduct our large business as well, and that's how we build our budget. We've had excellent discussion here today, and I think having the delegation opportunities for members of the community, as well as outside of and in addition to the way that they've engaged in this project, is an excellent practice. That delegation practice, I think, we don't always see a lot of, and people feel intimidated by, and this is the value. They came forward asking for multiple things. They're not getting everything they want, but they're getting some of it because there's been reasonable consideration. They may be disappointed after today, but I'm confident that the long-term benefit to the project in the community is going to be far more positive than negative. So, yeah, happy to be part of this process today. We've done a lot of whittling down, and I'm fully comfortable supporting this.
Anyone else? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, the reason I asked that we took a break and come back was because we left part of the request up in the air, and I don't think that's fair to the delegation or to that committee. they need clarity of where they're going, and I think this motion provides that clarity, so I'm happy to support it.
Anyone else? I will support this as written. I think further to Deputy Mayor's comments, you know, I listened to the At Issue podcast on CBC, and the economist Andrew Coyne commenting on federal government. He frequently says, you know, $1 billion here and $1 billion there, and pretty soon you're talking real money, jokingly. But I think in a Zorra context, you know, the same thing goes: 10,000 here, 10,000 there, and pretty soon you're talking real money, right? In a Zorra Township context, every $100,000 is a 1% tax increase. Not quite, but just about, which means every 10,000 is 0.1. You do 10,000 projects, that's a 1% tax increase. I'm not necessarily saying I'm against the 1% tax increase, but I think it means we need to be careful about where we do those tax increases, and are they really, you know, necessary? Are they services that benefit the community widely? Those kinds of things. So I think this is a responsible way forward with it, and just want to emphasize again that it will ultimately be up to a new council in the context of 2027 budget and all the issues that have been discussed already, whether this actually happens or not, which I understand will be dissatisfying, but also, you know, up to you as voters of the new council, how you want that council to be, what issues you want that council to consider. So I will support the amended motion on the floor for this. Any other discussion before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'm going to just do that. Okay. All right. Further delegations, item 7B. Christine Scrimger and Company, CPA, Professional Corporation, Township of Zorra, financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2025. I will turn it over to you.
Sorry. All right. Are you going to put them, when you look at yourself on screen, it's kind of, and you're not used to it. There we go. I could deal with financial statements on the screen. All right, so the first ones that are up are the trust fund financial statements. So this is the Embro Cemetery Trust. So a trust fund for the cemetery is just where every sale of plot that happens, there's a percentage that's put into care and maintenance going forward. The principal cannot be touched. It's just the interest that's then used for the repairs and maintenance on that cemetery. And so there's just the one cemetery in this particular municipality. And so I just will, it is a report dated as of July 15th, which is today's date. Those charged with governance, which would be this council, needs to approve it. And you can see there that there's really been not a lot of change, about a $10,000 increase. And that's really the care and maintenance portion of plot sales plus the interest earned. So we invest the funds to earn as much interest as we can. So then that contributes to the care and maintenance. Coming down to the balance at the end of the year, the accumulated surplus of just under $150,000. So I don't have a lot to say on these financial statements. They're pretty straightforward, unless anybody had any specific questions. All right, and then are the other statements there? There should be another tab open there. One of these two links. There we go. Wow, I did that all on my own. That's great. All right, these are the consolidated financial statements. So these are obviously, when it says consolidated, the consolidation is that Embro Cemetery. So there's an operational piece to that is also included in these financial statements. So that's what the consolidation means. As well, you have an investment in Earth. So that is also consolidated. They're audited by a separate company, and we implement your proportionate share of Earth into your financial statements. It is what's called a clean opinion. Again, materiality on these financial statements is $240,000. However, that does not mean we only look at items over $240,000. Every item that flows through this municipality is eligible for a statistical sampling. So we sample into revenues, both taxation and other revenues, and then also expenditures and payroll. And so every item that goes through is eligible for those selections. Having done that work and had no issues, then we issue this clean opinion. And again, it's stated as of today's date, which hopefully is when it gets approved. So I'll just go through the numbers again. If I'm not explaining something or you have further questions, please don't hesitate to ask me. So you had a very busy time up until 2025, and so this is really reflected here. So I'm always looking at this net financial asset liability line, which is about 3/4 of the way down the balance sheet. And so you'll see at the end of last year, we were in a negative position, which basically meant that we had taken out a lot of new debt. So a lot of new facilities were built over the last several years. And so that has now all kind of come to a stop, more or less. You're still investing in capital, but those projects are done. We've issued debt. We didn't issue any new debt in 2025. And so you can see here that we've had a major increase from a small deficit last year to almost $3 million this year. And if you remember when I did this presentation last year, I talked about that this was a temporary position, that it would increase, that my expectation, and here it is, that it has. The only item above that line that I wanted to comment on is the increase in the drains receivable. That's one of the reasons for the increase. Those are drains, so as we do construction drains, we absorb the costs and then they are billed out to the various abutting ratepayers, as well as there's provincial grants, et cetera, on that. And so there's a significant, about $1 million increase from last year, but that has almost all been billed out in 2026. So I want to assure council of that. And then the other thing is the taxes receivable have stayed very consistent. So I'm seeing in a lot of municipalities, as people are struggling with increasing costs and things like that, the taxes receivable balance is not always staying stable. It's been going up. And so I commend your staff on keeping that balance stable so that the collections are coming into the municipality. Everything below the net financial asset line are assets you have to have in place, and so I'm looking to make sure that you have invested, even though we came through a big construction, or a lot of construction in the last few years, we're still investing in capital assets, which is basically your roads, your facilities. And you have done that. You reinvested this year in about $3.4 million, so that's great, not taking out any new debt. And when we get to the one note to the financial statement, we'll see that the reserves have stayed very strong as well. So all of those are good indicators of where you are from a cash flow position and a financing position. Any questions on that statement at all? All right, I'll go to the next one, which is your consolidated statement of operations. So we have the budget for 2025 versus the actual for 2025, and then the actual for 2024, the budget as approved by council. And again, this is the operating budget, so this does not include capital. In the numbers above. So the revenue and expenditures. So the revenue change, it's fairly consistent to budget, about 500,000 over. And a couple of things, recreation revenues were up this year, as well as the M&R grant that we get for gravel that's taken out of our gravel. We get a percentage back for rehab, and that increased as well. So that increase went over into reserves after the fact, so that those monies. And then the user charges, the big increase there really is recreation, as well, offset by a decrease in some other, mainly building permits, and then an increase as well in WSIB rebate, which is, WSIB had a surplus over the last couple of years, so they're returning it back to the various users, so you did benefit from that. Under expenditures, I'll remind council, we don't budget for amortization, and amortization is about $1.5 million. And so if you look at the actuals, the budget, if you add the 1.5 million, and then the other increases are really in the area of operations for this new building. Again, budget was set 2 years ago before the building was even completed, really, or a year and a half ago. And so those costs, we now know the actual costs, as well as you're all well aware, the winter snow control was significantly over what we anticipated, having been a winter not like what we've had in the past. And so those two are the major costs, as well under recreation and cultural. Those increases in user fees, obviously ice time, more ice time sold then means more hydro and wages. And so those are the two increases there under rec. So that excess of revenue over expenditures before other, that's the next indicator I'm looking at. So I want to see that as a positive number. So that means that what you're raising in taxation and other user charges covers your operating costs plus your amortization, that using up of assets, coming down at the end of the year to just over 2.4 million. Everything below that line relates to capital, and again, it fluctuates year to year because whatever capital projects are going on, what's eligible for grants. The big number there, the developer and other contributions related to capital, we did assume some new land in 2025, so that was not budgeted for, so that really is as subdivisions, et cetera, get completed, we then assume any of those services, and so it's like a donated asset, really, but we're responsible for it going forward. Coming down to that accumulated surplus at the end of the year of just under 67 million. Any questions on that at all?
Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, Christine, the one number that on page 3, those numbers look great, or good anyway. Financial assets up 2 million, liabilities down 1 million, non-financial assets up 1 million, accumulated surplus up 3.9 million. But then, and you touched on it, excess of revenue over expenditures, which in the private sector is that dirty word profit, although we don't have a profit, but it's the same thing. We are 2 million below, or we're 3 million below what the previous year, and we're approximately 2 million below what we were budgeted for it. But as you mentioned, there was 2 million more for transportation services. Was that all because we had a real winter to start the year and a real winter to end the year, or was there some other and should we be concerned about that number being so far off what we budgeted?
So let me explain that number. So that excessive revenue over expenditures is your increase of all of your surpluses. So your surpluses include your capital assets, your reserves, and your operations. And so this is the increase in all of those combined. And so if you look at the increase in capital that I mentioned, it's the majority of that 3.9 million. You had about a $500,000 operating surplus that has been moved over into reserves at the end of the year. And so that number beat the previous year. The reason the number is so much higher is because we had such a huge increase in capital assets mainly because of this building. So that's why that number is so much higher in 2024 versus 2025.
Okay, so it's nothing to be too concerned about.
No, it's really the change in your other funds, not your operating fund. So your operating fund actually had a surplus of about 500,000.
So we're not going broke.
You're not.
I just have a follow-up on that. I just want to clarify because I think that's a good question. So I'm going to try and rephrase this, simplify it to make sure I'm understanding it. So the excess is not in cash coming in as revenue. It's an excess in total assets.
Exactly.
Cash, physical assets, and everything. That's the okay. Thank you.
And the majority of it is in your capital assets, and then we will see in a minute that your reserve funds increased as well. So the two really good things, and an operating surplus of 500,000 on this kind of 16 million of revenue is very it's a very low percentage of that, which is you want to have it in that kind of range because you want to continue to be operational. All right. The next statement is your statement of cash flow. So this just shows the increases and decreases of what I call the non-cash items on the balance sheet. And so the 2.5 million you can see there is your amortization, as I've mentioned. And then I think I said 1.5 before, so I'm sorry. I think I misspoke there. So 2.5 million is your amortization. So that's the using up of your assets. And then we have 3.4 million. So if you take the tangible capital asset change and the capital work in process change, about 3.4 million of new assets. So again, and you can see there, the new assets in 2024 were 12 million. So that's why that big change from 2024 to 2025. So that's a really good snapshot of that. And then again, net change on long-term debt, so last year, we're bringing our debt down. Coming down to cash at the end of the year. And then the next statement is just really drills down on the capital asset portion, which I've really highlighted all these numbers, so I don't think I need to go through that again. We then come to the notes to the financial statements. I don't have a lot to say on these notes until we get to, I will remind council note number 5. In addition to that 16 million that we just talked about of revenue coming in, we then have, 160 million. We then have another 15 million, 14 something million of revenue that flows through these doors that your staff is responsible for. And then the real note that I think you're most interested in is note number 9, which is a breakdown of the various components of the surplus. So here you see our reserves have increased about 2.4 million, so that's significant. And so we've reinvested in assets, we've done all those things, but we're also keeping a strong, healthy reserve balance. As I mentioned, that includes that transfer over of over 500,000 of surplus. The small surplus that's there is the cemetery, so that's that Embro cemetery operating. And then investment in tangible capital assets, as you can see, is significant, as well as our investment in the earth, which is the government business enterprise. Coming down to that, and so that's a breakdown of that surplus that we've been talking about. At the back of the statements are two notes to the two schedules to the financial statements. One is the breakdown of the capital assets, and as you can see, the majority of the capital that was invested in 2025 is in the road area. So roads and bridges were significant in this year. And then in the next schedule, we have this segmented. So this is the breakdown of revenues and expenditures by functions, which are determined by the province of Ontario and the FIR. And so these just break it down, and then this is a segue between these financial statements and the FIR that your staff will be working on to submit to the province, which is a required document. And that's everything I had to say, unless there's any. So I did not have a management letter. I just I discussed as I mentioned before, the municipal drains with your treasurer, just making sure that they were being billed on a timely basis, and they are, because that means money in your bank as opposed to waiting for those bills to go out. And finally, I'm just going to thank the treasurer, who I know is on hopefully a well-deserved, I know, a well-deserved vacation. I just want to thank her and her staff for all of their assistance getting this work done. It's a process for sure, and they're all anything I ask for, I get immediately, and so there's no issues with timing or anything in documentation. And I have one other thing to say. I know all of you may not be here next year, and so I just want to thank for your support, and especially the mayor, who has been the mayor, I think, since I've done this audit, so I appreciate all your support over the years, and all the best in the future.
Questions from council? Do we have a mover to deal with this delegation? We don't have a prepared motion, do we? Yeah. Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that council approve the draft 2025 audited financial statements as presented by the Township Auditor, Christine Scrimger and Company CPA Professional Corporation.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that? Seconder? Any other discussion? I do. First of all, I'm going to say what I say every year here and at county, that residents should, this is not exciting stuff, but should
wait a minute.
Should be.
I think I resent that.
But it should be exciting because frequently when we pass budgets, when people get their tax bills, residents will say, how do I even know where my money is going? And I always point out to them that, well, actually, once a year we get an audited financial statement, and you may disagree with the decisions that council made, but every penny is accounted for where it went. Did it go to this? Did it go to that? Did it go to the places that we decided? And we get this every year, and it does, which is a credit to our staff and a credit to our auditor for tracking down all those pennies. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing I want to say is thank you for thanking our staff, but thank you to you. So in the time that I have been here on council and as mayor, it honestly gives me peace of mind every year to get this and say again, notwithstanding whether everybody agrees with the decision. We don't all, the five of us don't always agree with each other on every vote, but notwithstanding those decisions, it gives me great comfort to get this audited financial statement every year and say, okay, not that I don't have confidence in our staff to do it, but it is a healthy best practice for any financial institution to review themselves and say, are we doing as well as we think that we are? Are we actually tracking this stuff? Do we know where the pennies go? And I think that our staff are good at what they do, at least in part because every year you come and review this with them. So I want to thank you personally on behalf of council and all of our residents, but I also want to thank you personally for giving me that peace of mind that every year when I went to build a budget, I knew I had an audited financial statement before that said, we know what we're doing. I can pass this next budget with confidence that we will implement it in the same way. So I want to thank thank you again on behalf of myself personally, but also on behalf of council and all the residents of the township for that service. Because without it, we would have a harder time as councillors answering residents' questions about, you know, where does my money go? I can point to a document and tell you exactly where your money went, every penny of it. So thank you.
No problem. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your meeting.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And 8, reports from Public Services Department. No Roads Division report. 8.2, Recreation and Facilities Division report 2026-030 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities regarding ZMF heat pump issue and repair. Manager Caldwell.
Nothing to highlight. Happy to take questions.
Questions from council on the report. Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, Sophia, I have 6 questions, as you know, and thank you for getting back to me by email on them. First one is, who is Simcoe, and what role do they play in the installation maintenance of the geothermal system?
Yeah, so Simcoe is an HVAC technician company. They investigate and service our equipment at our facilities, primarily our arena, as needed and as requested when we run into issues.
Okay. The second question, how many heat pumps are there in total, and how many heat pumps were not functioning through this past winter?
So there's 8 heat pumps in total, and 5 were not functioning throughout the entire season.
Okay. What was the actual cost of the compressor parts that were covered under warranty?
So we don't have an itemized quote identifying the cost for the compressor parts themselves, as our quotes also included labor and other parts, but we can estimate from the quote and the difference after they removed that for being under warranty that they were approximately $40,000.
Okay. And what's the warranty on the replacement parts?
It will be 5 years.
Okay. Has our insurance company confirmed that they will pay all or a portion of the $42,406 claimed? And what impact will this have on our insurance premium?
So after they completed their investigation, they did indicate they'd cover 100% of the equipment repair and any costs associated with the temporary heat rental units and the diesel to run that equipment. We are still processing that claim, but if any portion above the deductible is not covered and cannot be absorbed within this year's budget, staff will bring back a report to council. And we don't yet know, for that reason, it's not, the claim hasn't come full cycle being processed on the insurance end, so we don't quite know the impact on our premium just yet.
Okay. So the indication is they're going to pay, but we haven't got the money
Yes.
yet.
Yeah.
Okay. My last question is, were the number of staff hours required to deal with this issue over 7 months tracked and allocated? And if so, what's the total?
So we didn't really track staff time specifically for this issue we encountered, because kind of troubleshooting issues and repairs is kind of an ongoing part of our roles in facilities, but you know, reflecting on the process as far as coordinating with the contractors, even just setting up the temporary heat solution and then the associated administration of the insurance claim, we can kind of estimate 10 hours of staff time towards this.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Sophia.
Any other questions from council? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that report 2026-030 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
Since this is an information item and most of the people in the room weren't around when we made this decision to go with the geothermal, which was that MF was the biggest money project that in the history of the township. So if I could just really quickly do a bit of history here of how we got to this situation. First of all, I want to thank Sophia for the report. I've been waiting for this since I became aware that there was a problem last December, and I've had a few private conversations with staff about this, and I was assured that there would be a report coming to council when the problem was resolved. So now that we've got the report, I presume that means the problem has been resolved, and I want to thank staff for all the work they put into it. In looking back on this whole issue, I went back and I reviewed a number of agendas and reports, and I watched the debate when we made the decision to go with the geothermal. And the whole Public Works building, which became the ZMF, started about 2003 or 2005. It got delayed numerous times over the years, and in early 2020, the council of the time made a commitment that by the end of 2020, we were going to move forward with this project. And so over the course of the year, we got a number of reports, and we pretty well hammered out what we wanted to put into this building. And until the final meeting of the year in December of 2020, we came down to two options. We could extend the natural gas pipeline and go with conventional energy, or we could go with green energy. And I actually moved and supported the green energy option that night. And I reviewed the comments that I and the rest of the members of councils made that night in preparation for that. And the reason I supported it was that the numbers at the time made sense. The way we broke it down was that we budgeted $1 million for solar panels as a separate line item, but then we asked for the tenders as a natural gas building or a geothermal building. And when the numbers came back, the geothermal building was approximately, and I'm going to use round off numbers here, it was $800,000 more expensive to build than the conventional building. And so when you add $1 million for the solar panels, we're looking at an additional cost of $1.8 million more. But the calculations on the 50-year capital and operating costs showed a savings of $2 million for geothermal/solar versus natural gas, which was a $200,000 advantage. Plus, at the time, we were looking at record low interest rates. It made sense to borrow money up front to go that way. The second reason I voted for it was 5 days before we voted, Trudeau announced that the consumer carbon tax was going to go to $170 a ton. And that was going to add tens of thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars to the natural gas costs over the lifetime of this building. And that increase was not factored into the numbers that we were given in the report and that we made our decision on. And at the time, there was no political will to get rid of the consumer, to cancel the consumer carbon tax. As we all know, now the consumer carbon tax is gone. It became political kryptonite. We still have the industrial carbon tax, but it's less clear how much more that's adding to the cost, what it would have added to the cost of the fossil fuels. The third reason was that, and we talked about this extensively in our debate that night, was the 2015 council commitment that Zorra become net zero by 2040. And I'm sure in 2015, 25 years out, that seemed doable. The natural gas option needed to have a carbon offset added to it if we were to meet that commitment, which would have consisted of 4,000 hardwood trees on 5 acres. And I calculated in that night that additional cost would be about $400,000 for trees and land, which shrunk that capital difference between the two options that we're looking at. Plus, there would be some ongoing costs. You just don't plant 4,000 trees and walk away. They need some care over it. So as we know today, even Mark Carney admits that net zero is not achievable 2040 or 2050. It may not be achievable anytime. It has become apparent that the technologies and it's not financially possible. So I based my decision on reaching a goal that, as it turns out, is probably not achievable. The fourth reason I voted for the green option was Council was assured that the green technologies would work, and for the most part, the solar panels have. They've been relatively successful at producing power. We have had some cost issues related to peak payment or peak power supply, which increased our costs, but those were not technical problems, and we have addressed those issues as far as I know. The geothermal has not so much been a success technologically. The ZMF construction project began on April 15th, 2021, and in that report there was already concerns about the size constraints, mechanical room for geothermal and solar components. The July 7th report said that the well drilling was ongoing, so it had started sometime in June. The geothermal equipment was declared operational on October 10th, 2023, 28 months later. Now, I've been involved in a previous job a number of construction projects similar. The ZMF construction should have been completed in 6 months to 12 months at maximum. So the result was that we had a huge increase in financing costs because when we made the decision in December 2020, we were looking at borrowing $8,641,600 at 2.15%, and at that time the Bank of Canada prime rate was 0.5%. What we actually ended up doing was in October 23, we borrowed the same amount of money at 4.44%, and at that time the Bank of Canada rate was 5.25%. If this building had been completed on time and it was delayed almost exclusively because of the geothermal, we should have debentured at a time when the Bank of Canada rate was 1.75%. And so I ran these numbers back through the Infrastructure Ontario serial debenture schedule calculator that our financial Department of Finance ran through at the time. And the total interest payments at 2.15% was $2,417,000. What we ended up paying and what we're committed to at 4.44% is almost $5 million, $4,992,000. And I just put in 3%. I thought that was a reasonable percentage of or an interest rate if we had been able to debenture it when we should have. The total interest payments then would have been about $3.4 million. So if you subtract that number from what we're actually committed to, the delay in the geothermal cost us in financing $1,619,147. So when you add that to the $800,000 difference in construction cost, that's $2.4 million more. Take off the $400,000 for the trees, we're about a $2 million difference between what the natural gas option would have been to the geothermal gas engine. And then to add insult to injury, the system worked for a winter and then crashed. And now we've got a minimum extra cost of $10,000, which compared to the $2 million isn't that much. Plus, we have all the staff time and aggravation over the last 7-8 months getting this fixed up. And it's irrelevant whether the problem was that the technology was flawed, whether the equipment was flawed, or whether the installation was flawed. The same result, we got a very expensive system that's unreliable. And the irony is that we spent the winter burning diesel fuel instead of greener, quote-unquote, greener natural gas. So I just wanted to put that out there so that we know at the time we made in good faith a decision to go ahead with it, with the geothermal, the green energy. Unfortunately, it has not turned out as well as we had hoped it would, both from a financial and an operational standpoint. So it has no impact on, as I say, this is just, this is information, but I think considering that there's only 4 of us in the room that were there that night, I wanted to put that out of how we got to this point.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I do appreciate this report because I was aware that there were some issues, and I think having a better understanding of sort of how insurance plays in, what's covered, that when there is an issue, that we identify what the true issue is so that it can be resolved. I think that's important, both for our confidence in our decision-making and where we invest, but I think also for our staff that work in the facility. And as change is always hard, I think we look for what's failing and sometimes lose sight of what it is that's working. I'm going to keep this is not, really an agenda item debate, so I don't want to get too deep in that direction, but I would caution the discussion around the investment in the technology, because what I'm seeing here is less a proof of what works or doesn't work in terms of technology. I almost see this more as like a procurement challenge, because geothermal very much does work. There's some installation error. There's some landscape challenges of being in Zorra, which we know we are a place full of aggregate and rocks. And I was recently at an Earth AGM and learned that their geothermal installation they chose to do horizontally, partially from the learnings of the landscape and what those vertical wells posed as a challenge here in Zorra. So I think, if some of the contractors or subcontractors for the service of that building had more of that experience, we may have had different outcomes. I know our staff are robust in their pre-qualification of the contractors that are going to do the work, but as we know, that is not always as robust as it needs to be, and the further you get down in subcontractors, I think that was more what we've experienced. We don't have a report on the stormwater, wastewater upgrades made in the village of Thamesford from decades ago, but there's some sinkholes popping up around my house where there's holes in the asphalt and they go this far down. And what in the installation of that project, like, was the wastewater installation a bad investment in the village? Was the compaction done correctly? Is the quality of the asphalt correct? And we don't have reports on every aspect of what we do that outline the areas that fell a bit short and an analysis of where those have gone wrong. So I am hearing the comments, and I think, what I'm taking from this report is the problem has been identified and there is a solution, and off we can go with the rest of it, but we don't look this detailed at every operational piece. So I would just be mindful of, if we're going to speak to where we will invest or not invest, that we're aware that we're not doing that critical analysis around all components of our service delivery. And then also, just like, it is an absolute frustration of mine that the decisions we make in the day are with the best information of the day, and it immediately changes because of all sorts of things that are outside of our control, including our upper levels of government. And I think the 5 of us can only stomach being here because we're willing to ride those waves, even though it's a frustration. So yeah, many decisions we've made, including, potentially components of this one. It's like, oh, I wish it didn't go this way, but we never really we don't have the ability to have the full scope of information for the longevity of any given decision or project. So I can relate to some of your frustrations here, but I think that problem of making the decision and then afterwards feeling like better information may have influenced you differently. I think that is the nature of this work that tends to be slow in rollout compared to some of the decisions we might make, for example, in our homes or on our personal properties. That's all.
Any other discussion? I agree and disagree with each of you. I think obviously the goal for any project that we undertake should be perfection, right? That should be the goal, without a doubt, right? I think a reality of governing and of project management is that you will almost never achieve perfection. That's the reality. That's why you have the goal of 100%, because if you set the goal at 90, then you'll hit 89 at best, kind of thing. So you set that goal. I think for a project scope of just over $10 million that was delivered, not on time, was delivered under budget at the time, that technical issue of this nature and scale is, obviously, while not the goal, in my opinion, absolutely routine and normal. Unfortunately, as a municipality, we don't build projects of this scope and scale at any kind of frequency to say, well, when we did this last year, we learned this, so now this year, let's do it this way, right? So our staff do the best they can in learning from other projects in other municipalities. I think the one component that is missing from some of this, though, that was talked about here was that another thing that has changed since then is that the price of natural gas has gone up, depending on which numbers you use, 20 to 30% from the time we decided to do this. And at the time, the payback was approximated at less than 15 years. I haven't run the numbers myself, but I'm assuming that it will be significantly better than that now because, while it's gone up between 20 and 30%, I see no sign in the near-term future of it going down at all, and if anything, going up. So the other thing is, a project like this, we need to measure every year, as we do. We just had our audited financial statements, and we measure our finances every year. And we get regular reports from staff on all of our assets and operations. But the decision to build this building was to build a 50-year building, right? And acknowledge at the time that it would almost inevitably last more than 50 years. So the success of a building like this needs to be measured on that time scale. We don't know what those results are going to be now. But in that context, the burning of diesel fuel for a winter while we deal with this issue is going to be dwarfed by the next 40, whatever, probably 50 years of the building, even going forward from now, of generating our own energy and heating it in a more efficient manner, and the costs associated with that. So I'm still very confident that while I wish it had gone perfectly, I never imagined that this or any large project that we take on goes perfectly, and that this is being managed effectively and will still turn out to be a better asset for residents from both financial and an environmental perspective than if we had gone the natural gas route and were paying an energy bill that was entirely out of our control, and the associated environmental impact. So I'm very happy with the report and still very happy with the building and the way staff have managed it. Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments and Katie's comments. And I also want to note, when I looked at that video from 5.5 years ago, you and I have aged. That may have something to do with our occupations, but anyway, that was the first thing. But and I know I did sneak in a little bit of maybe a little bit of criticism there of the decision, but my why I went into this field was to explain the rationale the rationale that we had for making the decision 5.5 years ago, and although it hasn't turned out as great as any of us would like, I think the rationale at the time still made sense. Although, as noted, many changes have happened, most of them beyond our control. So.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9, reports from Corporate and Protective Services Department. Nothing from Emergency Services, Building, Drainage, Financial. Legislative Services, 9.4A, Report 2026-013 from the Director of Corporate and Protective Services regarding the Amrize Lafarge Road closure request, 33rd line. Director Martin, is there anything you want to highlight for Council?
No, thank you.
Questions from Council on the report? Deputy Mayor.
Just to clarify, if council were to proceed with the recommendation in this report today, does that enter us into negotiations, or does that start the process that will involve some public notification and a public meeting?
That does not start negotiations. You're correct. It would start the public process.
Any other questions for Councillor Mitchell?
And apologize for not asking, but I just thought of it. Lame duck will have an impact on this. Some of it can proceed, but decision-making won't be able to.
Correct. So it'll come.
But the time frame we're looking at, probably this won't get done until after the election anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that council provide notice of intent to declare an approximate 2.4 kilometer section of 33rd line as surplus to the needs of the Township of Zorra.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
This, as outlined in the report, and the report gives a real good, this is a win-win. It's low traffic, no residents impacted. There's going to be future quarry activities on both sides of the road, which will be very heavy truck traffic. So removing public traffic from that road is a huge safety issue. We will have lower maintenance costs, potential lower replacements cost. I think the number was over about $700,000 to replace that road. Probably won't last long with the usage it's going to get. And on the other side, we have potential revenue generating from sale of a significant piece of land. So win-win-win all around.
Anyone else? Yeah, I generally agree. I guess the one concern I have is I always remember Councillor Forbes used to always say, be careful when you dispose of property because you're probably never going to get it back again, right? So I think we need to really carefully consider what the actual value and not only current value of an asset, but the potential value of owning something in the future, you know, to a council, not only the next term in November, but you know, a council of 10 or 20 years from now that they might say, boy, I wish we hadn't, right? Because I mean, I've heard those things, right? Councillors have expressed concern over the fact that when the rail lines were made surplus by the railway companies that we didn't do that. But the council of the day made the decision they did, and that's for them to make. So that'll be my concern going forward, is that we really consider all the potential value of that road before we make a decision on whether to actually do it or not. But supportive of the recommendation from staff here today. Anyone else before I call Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, I guess I'll just mention this. It was similar to what I said before when the delegation came in January, but this more relates to our topics of budget and knowing that this is a next council term decision as to, you know, either the sale of the land or what to do with the money. Is that I would say that this is not money that we saw coming because we didn't see where, you know, any potential in disposing of an asset. So I think it'd be really good for. You know, as a future council, my thought would be to look at something, you know, what can be done as an enhancement to with this money as opposed to just putting it into a reserve. So plan it in a way, we're already planning our budgets over multiple years with something like this not being considered. So what type of thing can be done with this money to benefit the community?
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 9.4B, Report 2026-058 from the Deputy Clerk Legislative Coordinator regarding Parks and Recreation Area Bylaw. Director Martin, is there anything you want to highlight for Council?
No, thank you.
Questions from Council? Councillor Mitchell.
3 questions.
I think Sophia can probably.
Oh, okay. Sure.
I can probably answer them.
Unless you know the answers.
Let's take a shot. Commander Caldwell says she's
Okay. In the bylaw, there's no mention of trails as, are they meant to be included under the recreation areas?
Yeah, so that definition was left quite broad, so trails would be covered under that, but we can make that as an administrative change.
A little more clarity to it.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. And second part was, will this bylaw be enforced by complaint only, or will staff be patrolling recreation areas?
So as per our bylaw enforcement policy, this would be on a complaint-driven basis.
Okay. And the last question, it mentions about bylaw staff or designate. Is it the intention that recreation and/or public works staff would be considered designates to enforce this?
Not at this time. Liability and training are concerns primarily right now, as far as you know, giving a designate, let me read this. Yeah, at this time we wouldn't have any other staff enforce this bylaw. It's something we can monitor. Obviously, there is quite a bit of coordination when staff do see something on site, are able to identify an individual and then forward that on to bylaw for enforcement. But at this time, it would just be bylaw staff enforcing.
Okay, thanks, Sophia.
Any other questions? Councillor Stewart.
Just prior to a motion, just a clarification of one of the questions from Councillor Mitchell, Sophia, the further definition of a trail, what would we look to gain from that, separating it from a recreational space? Just because I think there's a motion that includes some amendments, so we could have that discussion and actually see if it's necessary or not.
Yeah, I don't think we would separate out two definitions. We would just clarify in the definition of recreation area to include trails, if that helps.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that Council receive report 2026-058 from the Deputy Clerk / Legislative Coordinator, and that Council approve bylaw 43-26 with the following administrative changes. 1, update the wording in section 4.13, himself, herself, or others, to align with wording in the fines chart Schedule A to oneself or others. 2, include a definition for the term loitering to provide clarity on the intent of section 4.1 item 4. And 3, to update the definition of recreation to include trails.
Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. Really excited to see this policy come forward, and I think there's a lot of situations that I'm aware of from the past that we didn't quite have the right tools to resolve issues that residents and staff have been experiencing. So I think this is a really great policy, and I can see staff's due diligence in building this policy and consulting with other municipalities to see sort of what those guidelines are. As any policy is, it's a living document, and as we utilize it, I fully expect this is the kind of policy that we'll see and require lots of changes as time goes on. So when I first read through it, I had a few areas that, the details sort of concerned me, and I wondered how it would function. And I got some great response back from staff on why those were sort of built, and while I am unsure how it will play out, most of them I'm actually just going to leave alone and let staff do what staff does best, and allow for those recommendations for changes to come at some point in the future. The minor administrative changes I'm looking for, I don't think they don't change anything in the function or intent of the policy, and so I didn't want to ask for a future report or those changes to come back. I want the policy, I would like the bylaw to be passed today so that this is a tool that we can actually start utilizing to improve the function of the parks. The first one really is just a wording piece. There's some inconsistency from the Schedule A to the policy itself. I spoke with staff. They were in full support of updating that wording. I'm always mindful of sometimes we gender language where it's not necessary to be gendered, and so in intent of being as inclusive as possible, when gender's not a requirement, saying oneself and other is sufficient, and that we don't have to separate out the gender piece. I also think it's important that when we have a reference to what you can't do and then what happens if you don't do it, that if we talk about them differently, that it just adds a bit of confusion. Number 2, include a definition for the term loitering to provide clarity on the intent. My initial response when I read it was, I absolutely go to parks to loiter. That's my favorite thing to do in a park. Loitering is sitting around doing nothing productive, and if I go to Tim Hortons, I finish my coffee and I hang out for 6 more hours. That's a problem. If I go to the park and just sit on a blanket and read my book, is that loitering? And clearly that's not the intent of the policy, but my concern was that the policy would read as such that we're not permitting people to sort of just hang out in a space that's really designed to hang out in. So staff were in support of providing a bit of a definition just to sort of help define what that term means in relation to parks, because it's a bit of a different use of the word. And then the third part I added very quickly as Councillor Mitchell was speaking, because I didn't have that piece in, but to update the definition to include trails in relation to the policy, that the framework is for our parks, but it's for parks which encompasses our trails as well. So that was just added in as an administrative change, and hopefully that's written in a way that reflects the intent of Councillor Mitchell.
Councillor Stewart is the seconder. Any other discussion? Councillor Mitchell?
No, I appreciate the whole intent of the policy. I think it fills some gaps, and your additions to the motion make sense. I guess one person's loitering as another person's taking it easy, and anyway, so yeah, I think it's a good motion. It's a good thing to have on the books. I am a bit concerned about our ability to enforce it, given the existing bylaw enforcement staffing and protocols that we have. So put it out there and see how it works.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.4C, Report 2026-069 from the Strategic Initiatives and Government Relations Officer regarding provincial changes to tailgate event permits and introduction of bring your own events. Officer Sukraj, is there anything you would like to highlight for council?
Nothing at this time, but happy to answer any questions.
Questions from council on the report? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that report 2026-069 from the Strategic Initiatives and Government Relations Officer be received and filed for council's information, and that council declined to participate in the provincial Bring Your Own Event designation framework at this time, and therefore will not issue municipal designation letters for community or cultural events for the purpose of BYO permits.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I appreciate all the supporting documents that were included in the report. And when you look at the report, there's a whole lot of cons and very few, if any, pros to getting involved in this bring your own policy. I think it ties in nicely with the previous report, because a lot of the issues that were addressed in the previous report are potentially made worse by irresponsible alcohol consumption. Yeah, I support the recommendation and that we don't sign up for this deal. And it's kind of fascinating that the fascination that the provincial government has with alcohol, whether it's making it more available or pouring it on the ground or banning it on our shelves, it just seems that the government spends a lot of time and effort on booze. And the result that we've seen, and I don't know if you've seen it too, Marcus, is there's a lot more empty beer cans in our ditches.
Certainly in mine. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I think we can go to lunch now. So we're going to take a break and come back at, what do we want to come back at, 12:30? Reasonable? We'll come back at 12:30. 12:36, and we'll call the meeting back to order from lunch, and we are at 9, reports from Corporate and Protective Services Department. D, report 2026-040 from the Strategic Initiatives Coordinator McLaughlin, regarding a grant policy review. Coordinator McLaughlin, is there anything you would like to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
Nope, I will just leave it open for questions.
Questions from council on the report? Councilor.
4 questions, Maggie, on your report. First one, what's the rationale for creating a separate grant fund for minor sports groups?
So this came out of the November 5th council meeting. So council passed a resolution that directed staff to review policy 500-06 and provide recommendations to address the potential for duplication of granting / cost reduction impact when considering applications from sport organizations. So based on our review, most local sports groups do receive some type of informal subsidy from the township. So lower rent costs, free storage space, things of that nature, rather than totally disqualifying them from the grant program or requiring harsher guidelines, which would put more work on staff reviewing applications and the applicants themselves for required documentation. Staff decided to create a separate stream allowing them to apply for a smaller grant.
Okay, second question is, how were the maximum total amounts and individual grant limits of 10,000, 2,000, and 500 determined?
The maximum grant totals were determined based on previous year's allocations per stream and per individual request and organization. And then in the case of the Lakeside Triathlon Fund, the amount available in the reserve as well as the expected annual contribution amount was also considered.
And who did staff consult with regarding the policy changes, specifically ending the capital project grant?
So staff prepared the updated policy and report with input from the CAO, Finance, Recreation, and Clerks departments. Following council's decision today, staff will provide the necessary updates on social media, as well as reaching out to affected community groups, providing them with details on where, when, and how they can now direct their public engagement.
And last question, under 3.1 of the policy, it's called an operating grant, but then states that operating expenses relating to reoccurring overhead and general maintenance are ineligible. So what type of operating expenses are eligible?
The thought behind this was that the types of operating expenses that would be eligible to be funded through this stream are more direct costs to the services that are provided, materials, inventory, things of that nature, or special initiatives that the organization would like to put on. So examples of ineligible expenses would be hydro, rent, etc.
Okay, thanks, Maggie. Appreciate the information.
Any other questions on the report? Do I have a mover? Councilor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that report 2026-040 from the Strategic Initiatives Coordinator be received and filed for council's information, and the council directs staff to repeal policies 500-06 Community Partnership Program Operating Grant and 500-10 Community Partnerships Program Capital Project Grant, and approve the proposed community grant policy as attached to report 2026-040.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I'm in full support of these changes. I think some of the larger projects that we've seen flow through the grant application are ones that we should take a different lens and look at through a longer term view from a budgeting standpoint, like through the strategic plan and the referenced master plan for rec. So I think that's better planning long term. Obviously, the downside to that, I think, is that in those big projects, we see massive community fundraising efforts and contributions by local businesses, local residents towards something that they feel like they need. So I think that really speaks to the importance of highlighting the public engagement process, and I think Maggie did a great job explaining that in the report. Obviously, the fear there is that we sort of take away from the spirit of community when opportunities for large funded projects through the community aren't there. So anytime we can still find a way to get donations from the local community for projects that are in our multi-year budgets would be ideal. Just want to try to maintain that small community feel.
I think Deputy Mayor was the seconder. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, great recommendations. Appreciate the report. And I think well, this isn't what I specifically anticipated. This is exactly what it is that I was looking for when we passed this motion back in November. And that's the value of having such great staff is they'll, we'll say the general nature of what we're looking to achieve, and then they provide us the details that lets us know how that can be facilitated. Obviously, at a quick initial glance, the removal of the capital grant stream, a bit of a pause because that was something that formalized. It's something that sort of rose up from community engagement informally, and a couple of projects sort of were loosely operating within that framework. I think previous council did some excellent work to sort of what are these guidelines going to be? How do we, make this, define it so that it's accessible for everyone to engage with? And then, in terms of this council and getting these policies sort of defined and in place, I think, my concern is always the community building and spirit of community aspect of anything that we do. And so, well, a lot of the larger projects, the largest funding contributions often are grants that the community groups, that the committees apply for and get from upper levels of government too. So while the fundraising of, various events and items for sale is an important piece, and there are funds achieved through that stream, I think we need to be mindful of those larger grants we still can apply for as a municipality to help fund and support these types of projects. And so the community building benefit of fundraising is sort of what the biggest value was to me, not always the monetary piece, but the engagement piece and coming together and doing something. What I have noticed is over the past several sort of committees that dream about these projects and work really hard on them is that the experience is really difficult. The timelines are long, and the engagement is a challenge, and they don't all have the capacity in their busy lives to have the ongoing commitment and navigate the challenges of the responsibilities of the municipal government side of things. So sometimes the outcome actually ends up being negative, even though they've done positive work for a positive outcome for the community that they love. So what I love about this this recommendation that I'm in full support of is that where we can land is there's still methods of engaging, submitting to the different plans. Any resident can always make a delegation, and if it's a project that is determined to be of value to the community, then we can put it into the processes that we have to make that happen. One last note. And then we can still have the engagement online, like, what colors would you like? And I think people appreciate the opportunity to engage in smaller pieces that are tangible. Not everyone has the time to work at something for years, but that doesn't mean that their input isn't valuable. And then the last piece I was going to say was that when we first started with this, these types of projects, this was in advance of the asset management framework. And every single thing that we do since that management framework was introduced to my brain, you pay for it in year one and then it's paid for. And really just thinking about every single year you're paying a little piece of having that thing, because eventually, once you have it, you will eventually need to replace it. You will need to maintain it throughout. And so now that we have a business plan that considers the ongoing operational cost and eventual replacement as sort of a yearly cost contribution, it changes the way that we look at these types of projects. So when we can deny good projects because the budgetary timeline doesn't line up, and I think that's a missed opportunity. So by moving to this method, good projects that staff say, yes, that's right for our community at this time, we can put them into plans, we can put them into budgets, we can fund them, and they can be responsibly added to our asset management plan in a way that's responsible for our tax base, so that we're not going to see those big upward pressures that we otherwise might face.
Anyone else? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, there's some things I like in this report, and a couple things I'm unsure of, and there's one thing I really don't like, and that I'll get to that in a moment. What I do like is the inclusion of the Lakeside Triathlon Fund. I think it's fallen through the cracks in the past, and I think by having some specific criteria for applying to that one, I appreciate that was included. I like setting the limits on the grant stream totals and on each individual grant. And And I also like requiring the post-approval details. I think if we're providing grant money, we should get some feedback of how that money was used. A bit unsure about the $500 set amount for all the minor sports groups, but I can go along with that based on the explanation that Maggie gave me to the question I asked a few minutes ago. What I really don't like, and the reason I'm not going to support this motion, is that the termination of the capital project grant. And it was noted in the report that the recreation reserve is in deficit. I looked it up on our most recent budget. That reserve was in $73,666 deficit at the start of this year. But by 2030, it will be $117,000 in surplus, and in 2035, it'll be $414,000 in surplus. So the deficit is, according to our reserve information, is a temporary thing. From 2025 to 2027, the township granted a total of $28,000, but we received an increase in assets by just under $96,000. And while it's true that the township has to operate, maintain, and eventually replace assets, whether they are added by community contribution or come from township reserves, those ongoing costs are the same regardless of how it was purchased. And I kind of compared it, if somebody offered to sell you a new car for 70% off, you would know that you still had to pay for the gas, the insurance, repairs, and replacement, but still 70% off is a pretty good deal. So in thinking about this, I identified 5 things that I think we will lose by abandoning this grant program. And the first one is community fundraising, which in the case of Zorra Township has been hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last 10 years. The second one was township-wide taxation fairness due to the grant program, because the people who will be using these facilities will pay 70% of the capital cost, which means that reduces the taxation on those who won't be using it. And that's important in a large township such as ours, where people are spread out throughout the countryside, and there's 2 urban clusters which want these various facilities. And I think back about 10 years ago to when I found out that the township was going to contribute somewhere between $100,000 and $120,000 to the Water and Wheels project in Thamesford, and I thought, well, that's great. There's my tax money going to something that my family's never going to use. But then when I found out that the people of Thamesford were going to contribute $250,000 or $300,000, whatever the numbers were, I thought, well, that's okay. I don't mind some of my tax dollars going towards that, if the people that are really going to benefit from it are doing the majority of the work of it. The third point I think we're going to lose is community input, because most people don't care about strategic plans or master plans. And my experience in the 2 strategic plans that I've been a part of on council was that the ideas and the development of those strategic plans primarily came from council members and senior staff. When we all put in what our priorities were, we weeded through them, ranked them, and we came up with a strategic plan. As far as master plans, you hire a consultant, they do some surveys, they can collect some data, and they make recommendations. But that's a whole lot different than people actually being involved in designing and financing something that they think is important. My fourth point was community ownership, and we've seen great pride in the new infrastructure and pride in the community when these spray pads, pavilions, and other infrastructure has been built. And it gives people an opportunity for a sense of purpose and a sense of accomplishment that you don't get if the government at any level just provides it for you. And the fifth one was maybe something less tangible, but I put down as future municipal leaders, and Councillor Finch was a great example. She got encouraged to run for council because of her experience at the Embro spray pad committee. Marcus, or the mayor and the deputy mayor, weren't on that type of committee, but they got experience in community involvement by fighting to save their schools because they were fighting against school boards who had master plans, and the master plans was to close your schools. And with varying degrees of success, first of all, that to me says that's the weakness of master plans that come from up above. The other thing is that all three of these people came out of their experiences realizing that they had something to offer their community and that they were willing to move on to another level to continue to offer leadership to the community. Not only that, the people in the community saw that these were people that had leadership qualities and they wanted them to provide leadership to them. And I think by ending this grant program, we're removing a vehicle to develop future leaders. And as of today, there are 3 candidates for 4 council positions in Zorra Township with only about a month to go till the deadline. So I think we need to encourage more municipal leaders, and I think this is one way of doing it. I agree the current capital grant process is inefficient, time-consuming, and takes up staff resources from meetings and reports that sometimes drag on for months and years. But from a bureaucratic standpoint, I completely understand the new policy. It's neat, tidy, predictable, and controllable. But I think the message it sends to residents is that government knows what you need, and will provide it when we think you need it. I think it reduces grassroots participation in favor of top-down management. I think we need more grassroots, not less, and so I won't be supporting the motion.
Anyone else? Councillor Finch.
I have a lot of the same concerns as Councillor Mitchell. Like he said, I jumped into this seat because I started with the splash pad, and who knows, would I've even thought about that if that wasn't part of the process of getting a splash pad in Embro. So my biggest concern with this is the public engagement and leadership. And then, like, once you do that splash pad or skate park or whatever it may be, you have that sense of ownership that, yes, we contributed as a council, but the community member holds their own little love for that, right? So I struggle with this one to support. I am happy to see in there that you're thinking about the strategic plan and different sponsorship opportunities. I just like to really see you add an element somewhere, but I guess, like Deputy Mayor said, there is still opportunity for delegations to come forward and ask for those pieces to move forward in the budget years. Yeah. I'll support, but it's on the edge.
Anyone else? I share, almost all of Councillor Mitchell's concerns. I don't share the one about the geographic part. I think we all share taxation and pay for all kinds of services that we all use disproportionately to each other. Certainly other people in the township pay more than I do. I don't pay my fair share for my road to be maintained or plowed. I've never called for the fire department to come to my property, but I'm more than happy to pay for it. Hopefully that's because I won't ever need it, but happy to pay for it, even if it's for my neighbors. That part doesn't really bother me. My kids were never old enough to use the water or the wheels portion in Thamesford or the water one in Embro, but I'm happy that other kids in my community are, likewise for the arenas and the soccer fields and everything. But I agree with all the other concerns that Councillor Mitchell has. They're all real. I can't disagree with any other ones, especially the ones about opportunities for people to contribute and as Councillor Finch said, feel then a sense of ownership and who knows where that will take them. On the other hand, then, though, where I land on this is that ultimately the job of municipal government is to determine what levels of service residents want and what's a responsible way to tax them to deliver those services, notwithstanding whether we actually make the right decisions or not. I think that's where I always circle back to, is a service level and an appropriate level of taxation to deliver it. And I think my observation of the last few of these committees that we've had is that the committees have struggled, and quite legitimately, with some of the issues that our staff do around, and we heard some of it today, but I've heard it at the Maltese Courts Committee too, where our staff are saying, well, we've got an asset to manage, and we've got to fit it in a budget, and we've got to, you know, service levels and stuff, and I think in some cases it has, you know, delayed projects from actually happening, which means it delays residents from actually getting the service. I think in some cases it's probably ended up costing us, in some cases, more money than it would have if staff had just been told, deliver the service and get it done. And I think, so notwithstanding all the concerns, which again I agree with, I think this is probably a more effective and efficient way for us to actually get to delivering the services that residents come forward to us and say, I want this new or that new service. I think we can actually probably get there more effectively and efficiently and including faster if we go to this model. So so I am in supportive of it. You know, nothing's perfect. What we have now isn't perfect. This won't be perfect. Maybe another council will find another way forward working with staff, but I think this is, from my perspective, an improvement, and so I will be supporting it. Anyone else? Councillor Stewart.
Just to provide some perspective on the piece of one of the downsides being that it's not a recruitment for councillors to get involved. I think there's lots of other ways that we can get involved here, and I, for one, wasn't on a committee for any kind of park or anything before I started. I've lived here, I'm involved here. So while I can see that we can measure that as you know, a downside, but I don't know what percentage of lost recruitment we'll see from something like that. So I think what we've seen as a general rule, not just, you know, a few build projects per year or even one build project per year, we don't have enough community volunteers doing things in the community. We don't have people supporting local businesses as much as they should to save a dollar here and there. You know, showing up at community events like local junior sports and those types of things. Like, there's a lot of other ways that people can get attached to our community besides being a part of a job. And I do think, you know, I agree with Councillor Mitchell's comments though on it'll take away some community input. And, you know, the way you probably very accurately characterized people's level of interest in a strategic plan and a master plan really highlights for me how important the improvements to those plans need to be and the public outreach needs to be. So if we're saying that we're going to spend money on these things in the future, strategic plans or master plans with consultant input, and we're not getting a reflection of what our residents want, then why are we spending money on them in the first place? It seems like a waste of money. But I think if done right, we can capture what people are looking for. And I do think there's opportunities for local businesses. I hope there is opportunities for local businesses to say step up and make donations towards projects too within that whole framework that we're looking forward to.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 10, correspondence requiring direction. Do I have any questions for staff before I ask for a motion? Do I have a motion? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that item 10A be received and filed for information purposes.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
No, I don't.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 11, boards and committees. A, Upper Thames River Conservation Authority Board update from Board Member Mitchell.
Okay, the most recent meeting of the Upper Thames Board was June 23rd. We had a presentation from staff about the Dingman Creek flood hazard mapping update, which is part of the ongoing staff work on hazard mapping. We had a request for clarification from the CEO. This is a request from the Upper Thames for clarification from the CEO of the new Ontario Provincial Conservation Agency, which is overseeing the new Conservation Authority amalgamations. Upper Thames owns 1,085 acres of farmland, and the 5-year leases expire on December 13th this year. And we just wanted to make sure we had permission to go ahead and negotiate new leases, because one of the restrictions placed on the existing conservation authorities has to do with purchase, sale, or leasing of land, and we needed that permission to go ahead. And I noticed that in the local paper there is an ad for potential farmland renters, so I presume we've got that permission since then. We had a presentation or a report come forward. It's from the Western Lake Erie Regional Conservation Authority, which the Upper Thames will become part of. And it was entitled The Guiding Principles for Transition, and it was developed by the 4 current CAOs as kind of a guidelines of what they wanted to see involved in the transition into the new Conservation Authority. And the points that were included in that were accountability, fiscal responsibility, commitment to workforce stability, service excellence, risk management, watershed-based science-informed management, transparency, trust, and communication. So a lot of the things that were in our mission statement and our strategic plan that the Upper Thames had developed. We had a report. Upper Thames had donated 855 hectares over 19 properties that were under the control of the Upper Thames, including the Embro Conservation Authority, or Conservation Area, the Harrington Conservation Area, and the Kintore Swamp. They were transferred to something called the Canada 30 by 30 target, which is a federal goal to have 30% of lands and waters by 2030 registered on a database managed by Environment and Climate Change Canada. And this does not result in any change of ownership or management. It just enters our lands that qualified this into the database by the federal agency. We had a report on the phosphorus reduction program, which is now in its second year, and which is the big $20 million over 4-year project that the Upper Thames is administering on behalf of the federal government. Participation is up threefold over what it was in year 1, for a total of 113,214 acres registered. And I'm pleased to report that 21,705 acres in Zorra was the most acres of any municipality in the watershed, and also had the most participants. We had a closed session to deal with our ongoing issues with the so-called cottagers at Fanshawe. We had a report on the WECI funding update, and the province has kept that fund at $5 million for many years for the entire province, but the good news there is that Upper Thames applications got 20% of that, just over $1 million. So for 1 out of 36 conservation areas to get 20%, that was really spoke highly of the work that the Conservation Authority staff put into applying. One of the things that didn't get funding was the Embro Conservation Area Dam Removal Studies and Design. It applied for $69,000 for that project, and I asked staff, does that mean that it's delayed for another year? And the answer was that Upper Thames staff will be talking to our staff about our options. If we want to get this done, we can go ahead and fund it ourselves, or we can wait and apply again. The never-ending removal of the dam project. Section 28 report, we had one permit issued for Zorra Township, which had to do with the Thamesford water treatment plant. But the next board meeting is in August. So that was what happened.
Any questions? Can I have a mover to deal with 11A? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, second by Councillor Finch, that item 11A be received for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 12, information items. Any questions on any of those? I have a mover. Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, second by Councillor Finch, that items 12A through C be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And notices of motion.
Okay, so we have notice of motion. Notice of motion 14A from Mayor Ryan regarding artificial intelligence data centers. Would you like to, do you introduce your motion first or you read it? You read it?
Read.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, whereas the rapid growth of AI-driven systems, cloud computing, and digital infrastructure has accelerated the development of new and large-scale data centers beyond the scope of existing planning controls, and whereas the Government of Canada launched the Canada's National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, AI for All, on June 4th, 2026, and whereas consultation prior to establishing the Canadian Sovereign AI Compute Strategy did not include all levels of government, nor did it include proposed regulations for the AI data center industry to safeguard the environment, people, and our communities. And whereas the province of Ontario has not established a provincial regulatory framework for AI data center industry to date, and whereas there are legitimate concerns about energy and water consumption, noise pollution, and heat islands associated with the development of large-scale data centers, and whereas the planning for large-scale data centers, including AI data centers, is new for Zorra Township, and defined policies should be developed to address the concerns outlined above, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to consult with Oxford County Planning and Public Works to amend the Township of Zorra zoning bylaw and Oxford County official plan to initiate amendments to adopt provisions and policies to put in place appropriate controls to address the concerns noted above.
Mayor Ryan, as the mover, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I think most of it is in there. What I would just say is I became increasingly concerned over sort of the last 6 months to a year when I saw things coming up in jurisdictions, not just in Ontario, but around Canada and the world, where there was a lot of concerns over the huge amounts of land that were being taken up by these things, and more specifically, the one that really piqued my concern was the huge amounts of water that were being taken up. Like some of these things are using water on a scale like on a per square foot basis, like far beyond any other industry that we're used to. And as I said in the motion here, I don't know yet what the right answer for that is. And that's actually more concerning to me than at this point than debating about what the right answer is, because we should have some kind of policy, and until we do, we should, I'm notwithstanding what the report is that staff would bring back, I would like us to sort of say, as a starting point, no, until we understand what this means, because the organizations that are behind these things are very well funded and very well resourced. They will read zoning bylaws, they will read official plans, they will read Ontario legislation, and they will come forward with an application that meets those criteria, and we will end up with us being in a position where we are not in a position to legally defend a denial of the application. So I think until we have a policy understanding of what we do and don't approve and why, I think we should ask for that, and we should move relatively quickly on getting it, because we might think that's not going to be here, but I think they'll put it just about wherever they can get enough land, hydro, and water, and that'll be that, because most of the time there's not a whole lot of employees, there's not a lot of resources needed other than land, hydro, and water, and that could be here.
Councillor Mitchell is a seconder.
Yeah, I agreed to second this. I don't know a lot about AI other than it used to stand for artificial insemination, and now it stands for artificial intelligence, and I'm not sure if there's a big difference between the two, but I do know that it involves collection, storage, and use or maybe misuse of data. And some people consider it the next great leap forward in technology, and other people consider it the latest existential threat to humanities. And probably the truth is somewhere in between. But I do know a little bit about building data centers, because 15 years ago, when Jim Leversage and I were still driving ready-mix trucks, we helped build a bank data center in Stratford that was 15 acres of concrete. Concrete floors, concrete walls, concrete roof. And it was a great job to work on, but it certainly showed what a huge impact that building has, and we were told there was maybe 100 to 115 people were going to work in that building. So as the mayor said, huge imprint, huge area, not a lot of jobs involved. I think given our proximity to the GTA, to Kitchener-Waterloo, which is a computer nuclear center in Ontario and to London, it's quite possible that somebody would want to put a data center in Oxford County or Zorra Township, and I always agree that it's better to be proactive than reactive, and so it's better to start on it now rather than have somebody come here and say we want rezoning to put in I'm sure 15 acres would be a small one now. Somebody will come in and say we want to cover 50 acres of Zorra Township with concrete to put in computers, and it'll take all this power and all this water and all this other stuff. So that's why I agreed. I think we should pass this motion.
Any other discussion on this? I have a couple questions. And I apologize, I might have a question for staff that I didn't think of in advance. Mayor Ryan, you said in putting this forward that you'd like to move relatively quickly on this. And just reading through the resolution, there's no reference to timeline specific. What might your expectation be, or are you happy to leave this relatively vague in terms of time?
Yeah, I said relatively quickly because I don't want to presuppose, I frankly do not know nearly enough about this to presuppose what exactly the scope of work is in doing this, and I don't want to presuppose that, and I certainly don't want to say I want something before the end of the term and staff come back and say, we haven't had time to do research, but council said they wanted it, so here it is. It's not complete and it's not our best work. So I say relatively quickly because, again, my concern is that we just don't necessarily know that somebody might be coming with something. So I mean, I say relatively quickly because I don't think it should be on the back burner, but I also do not want to rush it and have it not done properly because, again, my intention here is that it would put a future council in a position to actually defend land use decisions. And if the report is rushed and it's not defensible, then this is a whole thing is a waste of time. So I would say relatively quickly is what I would emphasize.
And then the only other thought that I had is this is similar to many things that we face here where we're small. And so our capacity and depth and staff to manage these big things that are ever evolving are an added challenge. And often what we do is then we work collaboratively, especially with our neighbors. Was there any consideration to circulating this to our neighboring municipalities, or would staff see a benefit to having this be a collaborative approach around the county, just for consideration?
I would be completely fine, and I would personally anyway, I wouldn't object if council said they wanted to amend it and add that circulation, but personally I would be totally comfortable with leaving it to staff to I mean, I do specifically call it collaborating with Oxford County from the point of view of planning resources. It's certainly beyond the scope of the planning resources that we have available to us as a township. But I think I would be fine with leaving that to staff, or if council wants to amend it, I would have no concern.
Okay, anything else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Sorry. Item 14B, notice of motion from Deputy Mayor Katie Grigg regarding Township of Zorra volunteer recognition. Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that council direct staff to update the annual township volunteer recognition practices to reflect one annual volunteer recognition award.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I'll leave the data analytics to my colleague because he did a deeper dive on that than I did. After our most recent recognition day, we'd had some sort of conversation around the volume of submissions and sort of this process of recognizing the good people doing wonderful work across our township. And when the volunteer recognition was a bit newer, we've seen higher submissions, but that sort of petered off a little bit. Recognition of people contributing in the township is a really important piece, and probably aligns with some of that grassroots community involvement stuff that we were discussing on the grant policy. I think it's always sat a little bit funny with me that one of them says, "You really helped out, thank you so much." And the other one says, "You really helped out and you're old, thank you so much." And I think, that piece of it, the age of the contribution is irrelevant. I think that we have people of all ages, we have groups, we have organizations, I've learned a lot of wonderful things about the people who live in Zorra through this program. So I'm happy to see the program continue forward, but reducing it down to one recognition that we can celebrate a year, I think just streamlines things a bit and sort of removes that age piece.
I missed again who the seconder was. Was it Councilor Mitchell?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and I'll take my role as our existing data center to analyze a little bit. And it is disappointing that we've had so few nominees over the years, considering the amount of great volunteer work that goes on in the township. And so over the last 6 years, I went back, for the Senior Volunteer Award, there's been one nominee 5 of the years, and just once was there 2 nominees. And for the Volunteer of the Year, there was 1 nominee 3 years, and 2 nominees, 3 nominees, and 4 nominees 1 year each. So I think there's certainly some value in exploring changing that program, maybe amalgamating it down to 1. And I'm not sure how you encourage more nominees, but I'm supportive of the motion that we at least look at it.
Any other discussion? All's in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And item 14C, notice of motion from Deputy Mayor Katie Grigg regarding active transportation in Thamesford and Embro. Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that council direct staff to review active transportation functionality within existing and future development roads, sidewalks, and trails networks in Thamesford and Embro, with a focus on connectivity to parks and facilities, and that a report be provided with recommendations for tools that can help promote active transportation with a focus on safety and accessibility to be included in the 2027 to 2031 strategic plan, with an emphasis for completion for year 1.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yes. Over the past several years, specifically since the development along Middle Street really ramped up, I've had a lot of calls and conversations with residents who have concerns about the road safety and the parking on street and number of driveways on Middleton. I've had a lot of conversations with residents concerned about the safety around Thamesford Public School and McCarty Street. And more recently having conversations with a resident about the crossing to come here for the daycare as a pedestrian. And those conversations, I think a lot of them tie into changes that may be appropriate at a future date once things are further built out, once we know where things are going. And so I haven't been comfortable. I mean, obviously, everyone is welcome to come to council, make a delegation, they can interact how they like. But in those conversations, I haven't been comfortable proceeding with examination or endorsing site-specific alterations without utilizing the evidence-based solutions within an awareness of the broader active transportation network. So, in talking about should on-street parking be removed in this small section, that may or may not be of benefit to the function of active transportation, but I really wanted that type of recommendation to come from a broader analytical framework that is looking at how that infrastructure serves not just the vehicles that travel it or the cars that park there and live, work, and play there, but also the people who are on bikes, scooters, and on their feet. So having said that, as years have gone by and we're still sort of at the mercy of the timelines of development, I'm also no longer comfortable just waiting for development advancement to warrant a full review and start making the necessary changes to the infrastructure that we currently have, as it's impacting the willingness for residents to bike and walk to, school. And I used to bike down to soccer, and I don't anymore, because by the time I'm going around a car and there's driveways, I no longer feel safe biking on the side of the road with my kiddo. So I think we have a current traffic calming policy that was adopted in 2020, and so that's, there's some space that we can continue developing in that space. And we also have lots of conversations around, we know on-street parking reduces the rate of speed of traveling traffic. That's something that we know, that's measured. What we don't have is, slower traffic flow is inherently safer, but we don't really have the tools that measure how does that actually interfere with and impact the active transportation component. It's the conversation I just had about we're growing, but we're small. What are our tools? And so as our urban centers of Thamesford and Embro are growing, it's really looking to how can we modernize some of our framework to leverage what maybe our urban centers, our urban neighbors have learned, and adapt it to be scoped and scaled for the type of community that we are, which we're not London and Toronto, but we're no longer, these tiny farm towns that we used to be. And our residents are expecting more, and to have those conversations in a responsible way, we need some framework. We have approved a temporary additional role in our strategic initiatives staffing complement, and we have a report from staff that outlines the intentions of that role, and it's short term. But one of those pieces was to provide growth analytics to support planning and service level decisions. Growth in settlement areas increases demands for evidence-based service level changes, example, parks, roads, bylaw enforcement, recreation. Planning data exists, but translation into operational service impacts, options, and budget timing requires dedicated analytical capacity. So looking at sort of what that role was set out to be, I think that instead of continuing to have this conversation strictly as a what can we do with our roads in our roads department to address this very specific issue, very site specific, that maybe this is a great time to tap into that strategic initiatives resource that we have to do a bit of resource, see what types of policy changes or framework could be adopted, and then bring that back to our public services department to see what pieces may be adopted. I've referenced the timeline for this. This is a consideration really for the future. So this isn't going to address the concerns that I'm hearing from residents today, but this is setting up a future council through that strategic plan to have some framework that will best meet those active transportation needs. The piece at the end is emphasis for completion in year one. This is something that I'm hoping will be able to be prioritized early, but that emphasis piece, number one, I can't direct a future council, but the other part is if it's not ready to be implemented, then absolutely it shouldn't, and so, that piece is in there just sort of to intended as a priority, but to be implemented and adopted as appropriate. This could end up looking like recommendations for infrastructure investments, or this could look like minor modifications that don't have big cost implications, or some tweaks to the new development pieces that are coming, or some updates to the design guidelines and standards. So I'm really unclear on what the outcome will be, and I think that is the best work we do is when we sort of identify the problem and task staff with looking into it for us, and we've got great staff available to us in this short term, so I'd like to leverage that.
Councillor Stewart is the seconder.
I think this is a good idea. I think the challenge is going to be quantifying what the outcome could be. I think it's not an elimination of any safety risks. It's just not possible. It's a reduction of risk, and I think that's what we're trying to get at. I think we look at things with a very measured lens when we talk about road safety, with engineering practices and distance calculations and all those types of things. And none of that, I'm not saying that doesn't exist because I actually don't know, But I would guess that there are far too many circumstances to analyze on a case-by-case basis in the types of transportation networks we're talking about, sidewalks and paths and that kind of thing, to come up with like measurable framework every time. So I think extra resources that could do research on what is working and what's not working in different places is a good way to approach this. You know, I just can't get around, I can't agree with the, you know, some of the same sentiments I've heard from residents about Middleton being unsafe. There's a certain element of risk stepping outside your door every day, of course, and you know, how much more unsafe is Middleton versus Brock Street or you know, another side street in town? That's really hard to measure. But I think if we can make incremental increases to that, I think it also kind of identifies that these pathways aren't just infrastructure that's part of a subdivision as a plan comes in or it exists now in the town. They're in a lot of ways sort of an extension of our recreation facilities, because we're making sure that the town is accessible, not just the facilities that are on, you know, public, like arenas or those types of things, but also the network of sidewalks and trails that we put in place for people to either walk or bike. So I think it sort of ties it in well to a master plan that's coming up for recreation and making sure, as well as obviously analysis of subdivision plans coming in with a lot of development here. So I think the timing for this is right.
Any other discussion? Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the transportation issues in Embro and Thamesford as my colleagues are. I have driven around the back streets on occasion just to see what's there. But generally I drive through those villages rather than drive around them. But Katie and I have discussed at some length issues that are of great concern to her and the residents of Thamesford, and I'm sure Embro residents have similar concerns as well. I think it's good timing to do this kind of work, because we have had some developments, specifically the townhouses on Middleton, that have created some issues that Katie referred to. And I think we can use the information that's garnered from that to maybe avoid some of those similar issues on the development that's coming outside this window here. So, and I also agree with Katie's what she said about the staff that we have available. They produce great reports. I don't always agree with the results of those reports, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they're excellently researched and well presented. And so I have great confidence that they'll do a good job on this as well. And I think as our time winds down as this council, and there will be a huge turnover, that it's good to have something ready for the next council to get their teeth into, rather than waiting till that next council gets in and then going 6 months or whatever it takes before they can really start doing stuff. And I think by having something like this on board, ready for them to include in the strategic plan and have reports and stuff on, I think that's a good thing to do ahead of the transition to the new council. So I heartily agree with supporting the motion.
Any other discussion? Councillor Finch?
I'm happy to support. Councillor Grigg and I have walked our villages and had many conversations about our sidewalks and the safety of bicycles and walking and the trails. So I'm happy to support and see this coming forward.
Anyone else? Hard to disagree with anything that says focus on safety and accessibility. I think also the way it's brought forward in the context of report from staff with recommendations. I don't know what those recommendations are going to be, but happy to get them, whether they end up being sort of, you know, a literature review of what other communities do or something completely new and different. I think what council gets will be what they get, and then they can decide what they want to do with that. The only question I have with it is, it specifically says Thamesford and Embro. But we do have some combination of roads, sidewalks, and trails in Harrington, Kintore, Lakeside. So question for staff. I understand where this is coming from, because without a doubt, the primary concern for this is Thamesford and Embro. But I'm assuming that any kind of recommendations in a report would would include anywhere where we have roads, sidewalks, and trails and active transportation. It would be, okay, thank you. Other than that, very supportive of this. This is directionally a good place for us to be, for a future council, to be considering what to do. And the right way to go about it as well, I think. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Bylaws. Have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that bylaws 39-26, 40-26, 41-26, 42-26, and 43-26 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto. And I do have a question. I know. And that has to do with bylaw 41-26, the zone change for Kingwood, and it's to Spencer. And thanks for the response you'd given me earlier. And my question is, that's a significant bylaw there. There's a lot of information there. Are all the lot size specifications, etc., detailed in the bylaw a direct result of council's approval of Kingwood's application for official plan amendment, draft plan of subdivision, and zone change, which occurred on January 15th, 2025?
Through the mayor to Councillor Mitchell's question, yes. This is the implementing bylaw from the decision made 18 months ago by this council and subsequently by county council for the OPA and the subdivision. At that time, this council endorsed approval in principle of the zoning. Kingwood and their partner developer had an idea of what they required for each of the blocks. Whether it's the institutionally zoned block, commercial blocks, open space blocks, or the various residential blocks. There was some finalizing that needed to occur, though, just to make sure that when they requested a lot depth, for example, of 31 meters, that they worked with their designers and the plans came back and reflected that, yes, in fact, they were achieving 31 meters. I would highlight there were two minor, somewhat last-minute modifications made to one of the blocks at the south end of the site, Block 21, and that's reflected in the bylaw before council today. And that was with respect to lot depth, for example, where they thought 31 meters may be adequate, but it turned out they require 29 and change. So we made that modification. There's no net impact from that. There's no density impact from that change. But there are always going to be changes with the development of this size and scale. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more zone change applications come forward as the site continues to develop. But the bylaw before you today does reflect what they had asked for a number of months ago.
Thanks for clarifying that, Spencer, because when I saw the Kingwood, and I went back, and we haven't heard from Kingwood for a year and a half. Did I miss something? And this basically just fills in the details that you and other staff and Kingwood and their people have been working on of stuff that we approved in principle a year and a half ago, and this is just all part of the process to move from that approval to actually enacting it as a bylaw of the township.
That's correct, and I would just note that while council hasn't heard from them for some time, township staff and county staff, we hear from them weekly, so we continue to work with them to make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible for the property surrounding us.
All the cogs that turn the wheels that we don't see. Thanks, Spencer.
Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, I got a question about this one as well, and it's more, maybe it's twofold. I guess I'll start with it. It talks about in the provisions for back-to-back townhouse dwelling units, the parking minimums are 1.5 spaces per unit, and I'm envisioning what a townhouse unit looks like. Usually they all have their own laneway. How we can plan to a half vehicle, and again, kind of coming back to the discussion about Middleton, there's generally two vehicles, if not more, sometimes per household. So was the 2 units or the 1.5 spaces per unit part of the original, and what is our current bylaw for that density?
Through the mayor to Councillor Stewart's question, the 1.5 is actually the requirement that exists in the bylaw today, so there was no deviation from that. There was with respect to the apartment blocks. They just wanted that to read as being inclusive of visitor parking, which was done. But with respect to the back-to-back townhouses, as the development continues to progress, I think the developers are finding that there was a need to have some additional flexibility built in for some of these blocks where if they wanted to, they could go from a back-to-back style unit to a street-fronting townhouse or vice versa, depending on what the market demands. And so the provisions are reflective of that, and they do have site-specific criteria where if they're establishing a back-to-back townhouse, for example, there would be a nil rear yard because the units are abutting each other. So some of those things are made explicit in the implementing bylaw, but there's some intentional flexibility built in as they develop up to 1,000 units. We can appreciate there may be some changes needed to accommodate the market changes.
So just to follow up, there isn't no parking minimums are listed under the street fronting townhouse dwelling units. What would those be under current bylaws?
1.5 units per space. Yeah.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And items of community interest in the calendar. Councillor Finch, you want to start us off?
July 18th is Garage Fest in Embro at the Embro Tire from 2 p.m. to 9:45. They're fundraising for the Embro Dog Park this year. July 31st and August 1st is the Embro Truck and Tractor Pull. They also have a lot of their funds going to community partners and groups, so be sure to go out and support that. August 8th from 10 to 4 is Harrington Bridge Day.
Anyone else? Councillor Mitchell?
And I'll add to the Bridge Day, there will be singing involved.
Not you.
No, oh, no, no. I didn't want to scare anybody. There will be other people singing, but not me.
Deputy Mayor.
The Beachville District Historical Society is having their annual summer beef barbecue fundraiser on Friday, August 14th from 5 to 7 p.m. Rain or shine. If it's raining, I'm sure we'll be in one of our newly renovated storage barns. You can get tickets online at beachvilledistrictmuseum.com.
Anyone else? Confirmatory and adjournment. You're good. All right. Can I have a motion for the confirmatory bylaw? Councillor Finch.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that bylaw 44-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held July 15th, 2026, be read a first, second, and third time this July 15th, 2026, and therefore that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And a motion to adjourn. Councillor Finch.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that this session of council now be adjourned, herewith closed at 1:39, and the next meeting of council be held on Thursday, August 13th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. in the council chambers at the Zorra Municipal Center.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We are adjourned.